And that means good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. It's been a week since I last streamed, and the last stream I got up to Norman, but I didn't quite complete it. Today I hope to do that, mostly because this is a nightmare of a fight, and basically the final step to completing the early game of Run and Bun. The early game being the first 4 gyms? Yes. Norman being the 4th gym leader? Also yes. So those two combine into a bunch of testing on my end, also just not being able to stream for a bit between like work and private things and like preparing for this and editing videos and everything. So yeah. But I've since prepared this fight, and I am very close to completing it. And by that I mean I have a line, but it's a line that I am not confident about at all. It's basically riddled with crit dodges and like paralysis dodges and like ranges and whatnot. So I'm just gonna hope that everything works out, but I'm not sure if it will. Then again, this fight is inherently risky, that's just kind of the nature of this game. So yeah, not much I can do about that. So, for those that missed the last tiny speck of streaming, I got my Rustboro encounter, which was a normal Growlithe, which I traded for the guaranteed encounter of Hisuian Growlithe that you trade in Rustboro, and it's just given by trade, therefore doesn't actually give a dupe. As a result, Hisuian Growlithe is now part of my squad. I'm gonna level it up in a little bit. For now, let me give everyone the item that they will be getting, and that is a Cherry Berry on Orbeetle and Mienshao. Cherry, yep. And a Citrus Berry on everyone else, except for Hamilton. Citrus number 1, Citrus number 2. Most of these are just kind of crit insurance. And with Ramos specifically, it's not crit insurance, it's more so just insurance I kind of get through. Because otherwise, it would not live. Hamilton is the one exception, he will get a Person Berry. And now we're gonna level everyone up. And by everyone, I just mean Hamilton. That means we go to the Endless Candy, and we start spamming the heck out of it. Smackdown. It's better than Odor Sleuth. 20, and then Fire Fang, it's better than Roar, I guess. They're gonna go, all of them are gonna go, like, basically soon. Rock Slide. That is gonna replace Ember. Wait, I don't want to do this too fast, because there is a level where I do want to specifically evolve it. Let me look up what that level was again. It is 35. Because at 35, I do have get access to extreme speed on Arcanine. So we're gonna do a few more. 34, 35. If you're able to with Growlithe, you kind of want to wait until level 50. Because then you get Head Smash and Flare Blitz. I don't have that luxury. I need Hisuian Arcanine for this upcoming fight, so I kind of just go about it this way. As an aside, if I sound a little bit different, I'm at a different location. My wife has the graveyard shift and is currently asleep, so I kind of went to a different spot that I had access to. So, yeah. The Hisuian Growlithe is also why I am in Rustboro, but it's not where I need to be right now. I need to be back at, say correctly, I need to be back where Mauville has the evolutionary stone, so that's where I'm gonna quickly head to. And here we go. I just thought these jumps were so much harder in the original games. Also, poor swimmers over there. Anyway. And now we're at the cycling road again. And almost there. Finally, the last stretch of Route 110, and we made it here. Time to go into the mart, because we need a Firestone. Firestone. I wagered the rare bone, which Hamilton kind of comes with automatically, is there just so you can kind of get the Firestone for free. So rare bone sells for like, I want to say 4,900? Doesn't really matter. Hamilton is going to become an Hisuian Arcanine here. Hisuian Arcanine for this point in the game is really, really nice. It's just a big damage dealer and a big damage threatening monster. So that's good. It's also trying to learn extreme speed, so having like good priority is also very nice to have. Smackdown is not good enough anymore. Now, there's one teensy tiny issue with my Arcanine. That is, its IVs. Or at least one specific one. So I'm gonna go into the Pokemon Center here real quick to fix that. Because this Arcanine comes with 3 guaranteed 31 IVs. As you can see, it's Bashful. And those are generally pretty good. But this is a physical attacker, and it has 0 attack IVs. So let's fix that. I'm gonna use one of my heart skills here to maximize Hamilton's attack IV to 31. It's one of the best ways to use it, from 0 to 31, of course, and Hamilton with max IVs and a neutral nature and like pretty good IVs across the board beyond that is a pretty good mon. So I don't really mind using this here. And with that, we are ready to take on this demon. Take on the father. Have to go and bike back first, of course, but beyond that, we are completely ready. Or as ready as we're ever going to be with this attempt. It's not where I should be going. I should instead be going over here. And here we go. We're at 103. Our little bike hop. Poor swimmers over there, like seriously. And finally, from Oldale to Petalburg. Oh, hey. A potion. I can't believe I never actually looked there. Because that's usually where a potion is. Okay. Double check that I have everything ready. No, I don't. There's one more thing I need to do. And that is, of course, candy up Hamilton to its level cap. Here we go. And that is Hamilton at the ready. Having to evolve it early is a bit of a nuisance because the two main moves you want on Hamilton, Flare Blitz and Head Smash, are now available at much later levels. For Growlithe, you get them at 47 and 50, and for Arcanine, you get them at 64 and 71. So yeah, that is a big difference. 21 levels on what's probably the best move in Hamilton. But, oh well. Not much I can do about it. So, we're gonna quickly head on over to this fight. And I'm gonna save in front of it, and then I'm gonna like talk through what the plan is. Excellent. The plan is as follows. Norman will lead with this Porygon 2. Porygon 2 has download and thus will get a attack or special attack boost based on the IVs you have or the stats you have. Most of my mons have a higher defense and special defense. Berg here is one of the rare few exceptions I have. And on top of that, it is able to reduce the special attack even further with Struggle Bug. Orbeetle is also faster than Porygon 2 and therefore baits Thunder Wave most of the time. Therefore I have Cherry Berry equipped, and hopefully with that I can do like a decent bit of chip and make it like non-threatening to the mon that will actually take it on, which is Brawly. Brawly comes in on a tri-attack. If I don't get crit, I'm good. Crit high rolled specifically. Even if I do get, like, it's not even crit. If I don't get crit, I'm good. If I don't get parazed or frozen or burnt, I'm good. I have no way to circumvent those risks. Brawly will also be faster than Porygon 2, but it will 2-hit kill with Drain Punch from there. If I get a status from Tri-Attack, I'm a little bit cooked. If I get no status, no crit, I will always be fine. Even if that were the case, Thunder Wave has a small chance to miss, so I could still be fine. Then, from there, in comes the Diggersby, who will click Earthquake. Probably. Viola can take that Earthquake, and baits Body Slam. Grant takes the Body Slam, baits Earthquake. And at -1, Ramos can come in on the Earthquake, take it decently well, take the follow-up Foul Play, which deals about 50%, and Giga Drain. I need to specifically Giga Drain, even with the Citrus Berry, to be at high enough HP against the Azumarill. There are like small few rules where there could be an issue, but generally speaking that should be fine. Anyway, from there I go back to Brawly on the Foul Play, I Fake Out, I Vacuum Wave. If I get crit on that Foul Play, there's a small chance I get Quick Attacked and I am fucked. In every other scenario, I can Fake Out Vacuum Wave without him outspeeding me and clicking Quick Attack, basically. Thanks to the brave nature of Brawly and the low speed IVs, I do outslow if the Diggersby is outspeeding me. Nothing I can do about that. From there, in comes the Meloetta, who will click Relic Song. Grant will take the Relic Song, and hopefully not fall asleep, but even if he does, that's not a big deal. because Gran basically is just there to soak hits and bait moves. In this case, it baits close combat, which Viola takes, which in turn baits Body Slam, which Gran takes, which in turn baits close combat, which is what Berg takes, and Psyshock is then an OHKO. If I don't get crit, I'm fine. Even if this were to be crit, it's the smallest issue, for the very simple reason that Viola can also come in and take that kill. I'd prefer not to, but yeah. If I have enough HP and like a little bit of luck, I can even set up a Reflect. That Reflect is mostly there in case I need some help with the Azumarill. Generally speaking, that's not necessary though, so they should probably be fine. Yes, I also have Dodge Paralysis, but again, can't do anything about that. Then, in comes the Azumarill under normal circumstances, who will see a kill with Play Rough. That is once again Ramos who comes in. That is why I need to specifically Giga Drain, because I have to take a Play Rough while still being above Aqua Jet range. Have Play Rough clicked on me, I Synthesis, I Giga Drain, and like slowly get my health up, and at some point the Azumarill will see that I can kill with Seed Bomb, and will only click Aqua Jet from that point forward, and therefore I can like Synthesis Giga Drain pretty safely, and have it be at high HP. Probably like max HP if I do it right, but it's not really too relevant how high the HP is. Just as long as it's high enough. Because in comes Cinccino, and they will click Triple Axle, which Grant will take, baiting Bullet Seed. That's Viola's job to take. That baits Rock Blast. Brawly takes it, clicks Fake Out, switches out to Grant, who should probably always get a Tail Slap on it. There's small scenarios where Triple Axle can be clicked. If that's the case, that's fine. If I get too low with the crits, I would see Bullet Seed as well. In that case, I'm in trouble. But if that's the case, I can probably handle it via a Berg sack. Because Berg from here on out is like the least valuable one to have. Anyway, this once again baits Bullet Seed. Viola comes in, takes it, baits Rock Blast. Brawly comes in again, Fake Out. I repeat that basically 4 times until he is in Vacuum Wave range. After 4 Fake Outs, Vacuum Wave will be a kill. Finally, we've got the Pidgeot, and he will click Hurricane on me. And that is what Hamilton will come in on. And then Rock Slide plus Extreme Speed should be a kill 99% of the time. In the rare scenarios where it isn't, I probably can finagle something else. I have like Aqua Jet on Hamilton, or not on Hamilton, on Grant, for example, to help out, something like that. But generally speaking, that should work. As you can hear from everything I've been describing, there's a lot of risks and ifs and maybes. I saw no way to plan around those, basically. This is the safest line I could think of with my tiny little PP brain. So yeah, it's time to get into this fight, and hopefully everything I just described just goes off without a hitch, and we just kind of get through this death list. At worst, I have 1 death that I can handle, and that's Berg's. But I just hope I don't need to worry about that. I think I'm ready, so let's go. So you did get 3 gym badges. Fine, as I promised, we will have a Pokemon battle. Accurator. I'm so happy that I can have a real battle with my own child. But a battle is a battle. I'll do everything in my power as a gym leader to win. You better give it your best shot too. That's what I hope to have done. We're gonna see if it actually pays off. Leader Norman, with the Porygon 2 as the lead. And as you can see, download here boosts the attack. Porygon 2 only has special attacks and Dry Attack and Ice Beam, so that's good. I'm going to Struggle Bug, getting it to -1. He paralyzes me, which is fine. Because I have this Cherry Berry to basically deny it. I Struggle Bug once more. Porygon 2 probably clicks Thunder Wave again here. Yep. 85% chance, basically. And from here, we switch to Brawly. And just hope the Tri Attack doesn't do shenanigans. Come on, no shenanigans, please. Well, that is probably the worst outcome. Because all of a sudden, I am in, like, not dealing the damage I need to deal. And that means it's time to steer like a motherfucker, and I don't know how. Because Drain Punch from here is not enough. And Porygon 2 knows that. I think I just Aura Sphere and hope that that's still 2 AKOs. And I don't get, like, too much damage from this Tri Attack. Alright, well, I am alive. But this is troublesome. Incredibly troublesome. This should bait the Diggersby, who sees a kill with a random move. I hope it's just gonna be Earthquake or maybe Quick Attack. Because I need Viola and like high HP. Earthquake, okay, that's good. So far, no issues. This should be Body Slam. Gran can take that Body Slam. Of course he crits. I don't think that crit matters too much, but of course he crits. Yeah, even at -1, the only thing that differs now is that Earthquake sees a kill instead of just a max damage. So we switch into Ramos, like you said we would, and just hope we get a little bit of luck from here on out. Now Diggersby has a Sash, which is why I can't really rely on OHKOing it. Instead, I need to Giga Drain. Yep, that Foul Play deals hefty damage. That's why we have the Citrus Berry. Now we Giga Drain. And be at decent HP. The idea was to use Brawly from here. I cannot do that. I don't see what I can do, so I kind of just need to Giga Drain here again. And hope that whatever happens, I can just kind of handle it. But in practice, the answer is probably I lose. Maybe I can handle it via Sack. This should be Cinccino. Yep. Alright, Cinccino here. Against Torterra, sees a kill with Tail Slap or Triple Axle. That is whatever. Grant can take both. Preferably Triple Axle, but it could be either or, I don't really mind. Good. And from here, against the Caracasa, only Bullet Seed will see a kill, and that means Viola can come in for free. Practically free. And bait the... Take the Bullet Seed and bait the Rock Blast. Now here's the issue though, with Mienshao being as low as he is, he can't quite take that. He can take that Rock Blast at -1, but he baits around the move between Bullet Seed, Tail Slap, and Triple Axle. And Ramos is not quite a solution here, so I just kind of have to do this. At 31 HP, no, even less. 24. It's a random move between Triple Axle, Bullet Seed, and Tail Slap. Heck, even Rock Blast could be clicked, so... I think we just kind of hope it's not Rock Blast and skip one step with Viola. Viola's mostly a pivot, so that's probably fine. I'm not making progress, though, is the issue. Bullet Seed. Okay, so I did the right thing there. Actually, skipping that step was probably a very... This is lucky, absolutely, but it's basically crucial to have this luck. Now he's at -2. And he's gonna click Rock Blast on me. So Brawly has to take that. But thanks to the Regenerator, I should probably actually now be a little safer with the baiting. Not if I get crit, though. Let's see, the Bullet Seed sees a guaranteed kill still. Triple Axle is just kind of borked over here, so I'll switch to the different calculator and check it there real quick. -2, Triple Axle also sees a kill. Triple Axle and Bullet Seed basically deal the same-ish damage. So now what? I think I just kind of need to deal some chip here. I kind of need to deal some chip here, else I never get through this Cinchino. Demon that it is. And do I just kind of take the same risk again? I don't really have a choice, do I? It's a 2 and 3 for Grant to take it, but if he doesn't take it, I lose. Is there a middle ground of using Berg here? Maybe? Kinda guarantees a Rock Blast, I guess. But I cannot use this switch too many times. And Tail Slap would still hurt Berg, and I still need it at like high HP for the Meloetta. But the same goes for Grant, and the same goes for Viola. Oh man. Why did I have to be burned specifically? Like, even paralysis would have been annoying, but something I could handle? but it had to be a burn, which basically neuters the damage, gets me extra chip, and therefore screws his line over entirely. Because I was very dependent on Brawly. I know it was like a 6% chance to go awry there. Actually, technically, like 13% chance or something because of the freeze also just kind of screwing me over, but still. I don't see a way through this. The Cinccino has super effective damage for everything but Brawly, and Brawly cannot do enough damage back. Tail Slap, Bullet Seed, Triple Axle, all see a kill. Rock Blast won't. I think I'll take the 2 and 3 this time, that it doesn't click Bullet Seed. Please? Okay, that's fine. That is fine. That is perfectly fine. Because this guarantees a Bullet Seed again. And thus I can do like another pivoting line. Okay. Because this baits Bullet Seed and Viola can take the Bullet Seed. Meaning he's now at -3. And the Rock Blast deals absolutely pitiful damage against Mian Xiao from here on out. 3. Crit, yeah, even here, crit, like, in this specific scenario, crits don't really matter too much. And at this HP amount, it will always still be Rock Blast, and it still sees a potential kill. So Brawly takes the Rock Blast, and slowly but surely, hopefully, I kind of get less and less risky in terms of like what's baited. Because at this point, I think it's just Tail Slap. With 2 burn chips, that's like 7 each, right? 7 each. Okay, yeah, then I'd be at 35 after this fake out. It's like a 3% chance to click Bullet Seed, and otherwise it always clicks Tail Slap. So that's good, at least. I think the best way to handle this is to like fake out here one more time, give it a little more chip. And I need to do that one more time, probably, to, like, hopefully... Just don't hit this 3%, please. Don't Bullet Seed me. Good. Good, 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 good. Because this baits Bullet Seed again, I can do the same line as before. I can fake out one more time, and then, like, do one more pivot, and just hope I dodge a crit and kill with Aura Sphere. I think that's the best way to do it. Okay, this baits Bullet Seed time, so Viola can come in free. Almost free. He's gonna be at -4 now. And Rock Blast is still a chance to kill, surprisingly. Especially at this HP, but it will always be Rock Blast still. And that is something Mian Xiao takes with aplomb, even with its burn and everything. Okay, there it goes. Now we get another pivot in. And now thanks to the -4, Tail Slap will always be highest damaging move, and I actually have a save extra pivot if I want to. As a matter of fact, Tail Slap now at most deals 45 without any crits, but one crit would just kind of screw me over. Not to mention, because it outspeeds, I can't actually do what I want to do. Never mind. I think I need to do one more pivot. I think I need to do one more pivot and then I have a line. Then I have a potential out for this. This always Tail Slap, so I'm fine. And once again, this will always be... That crit is annoying, but altogether not the biggest deal, hopefully. Viola takes another Bullet Seed. You'll be at -5, so you'll do even less damage, basically dealing 5 in total. As long as I don't get crit, of course, but it will still Rock Blast's highest damaging move. Me being at like 80. Yeah. 81. So I basically got no crits. Perfect. Then we're gonna go to Brawly, and I have an out. I just need to not get crit by the Tail Slaps it's gonna use here. If he does, I am in trouble. Furthermore, there's the King's Rock here, which is also annoying. I'm gonna look at like one extra potential idea. Okay, that is not quite there. Okay, but I kind of have no choice, and I'd rather risk as the least amount of damage as possible, so I'm gonna Vacuum Wave here, which deals... Oh, I should have Fake Out. No, please don't crit me. One crit should hopefully be fine, but everything else... 3... Okay, one crit is fine. One crit is okay, I can handle that. I will need to switch out here, and it's a random move. Or do I sack Brawly now? I think I sack Brawly now. It's not going to be any more useful from this point forward in the battle specifically. And it's going to be way too unsafe to not do this. I should have used Fake Out there hoping for the crit, but whatever. Brawly, despite how this fight went, which was extremely risky, you did everything you could, and I thank you. You were very brave, but the fact you were was kind of annoying. But we got through. I'm not sure what the switch in AI is, how the switch in AI works in this scenario specifically. Actually, let me look that up. Where is the... There we go. What is the switch? What's the switch in AI? I have, like, the post-KO switch in AI is basically, depending on the Pokemon that is in at that point in time, but I don't have anything in, so I don't know if it's, like, basing it on Brawly, basing it on what I switch in, basing it on whatever. I think if I assume it's just like down the line, then it would be Azu that comes in and Ramos would be the best switch in. If it's like based on Brawly, I would see Meloetta here, and then Ramos is all of a sudden the worst to use there. Is that true? Is it the worst? Not necessarily. I think I need to look that up. It's in order if they send the Mon first. If you send your Mon first, then it's normal switch in AI. If I have to believe this random Discord user, it's like it's based on what I bring in. I would not be surprised for that to be true. And if that is the case, then what is the best switch in? I wager it is Masquerain at this HP amount, cause actually, no, wait, it might actually be Caracos at this point, right? Yeah, no, it's Caracos at this point, because it will see a kill with close combat instead. No, because at that point, Azu will always also see a kill and come in instead. Yeah, it will be Azumarill that comes in if I click Grant here. And I don't want that. I wager Hamilton baits Azumarill. And Azumarill specifically clicking Aqua Jet or Waterfall, but that is a 50-50 and I cannot risk that 50-50. I kind of have to have Meloetta come in here first. And the easiest way to do that would be... Wait, no, if I switch in Viola, then Pidgeot comes in first. And it has a chance then to click Heat Wave. And I think I'd prefer to see that. Yeah, I think that's actually the best idea. I'm gonna switch in Viola. And if this now sees Meloetta instead, that's fine too. But this is what I expected. Alright. So we're gonna switch in Hamilton, who will 1v1 here. Generally speaking, the Hurricane should be a 3-hit KO, maybe a 4-hit KO. It's like a 4-hit KO if I don't get crit. I've got the Person Berry in case of confusion. If I get like confusion 3 times, I'm in trouble. But most of the time, this should be fine. Rock Slide here deals hefty damage. I am now in crit range. But also, if Rock Slide high rolls, which that is high enough roll. I need to double check with the ruler, but that is below 25%. So extreme speed now kills. Good. E-speed kill. And we're good on this front. With the current HP of Hamilton, this should bait in the Meloetta, who sees a fast kill. Right? Okay. And Meloetta, at this HP amount against Hamilton, because I'm at 63 HP, is always clicking close combat, which Viola can take. As a matter of fact, the fact that it's not transforming yet is a good thing. Okay. Close combat. It's now at -1. And it's gonna always click Relic Song here now. I'd rather not take the Relic Song. And Grant, on a crit, has a chance to die, so I can't quite handle that. But Hamilton has done his job now, right? So yeah, Hamilton can come in on the Relic Song instead. And in the Pirouette form, baits CC only, so that's actually good. .36 HP. Yep, this baits CC once again. So it can do the same line as before. Burr comes in and should KO with Psyshock. Takes a CC, doesn't matter, doesn't care about it. Perfect. It's now at -2, -2. And Psyshock is a guaranteed KO. Now, to ensure some safety, I kind of need to set up a Reflect. Do I have time for that? I'm just gonna assume I do. Body Slam, Reflect. Perfect! Yes! Okay, come on! Come on! Psyshock. Get through. Please go through. Don't get crit. Psyshock kills. Good. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. With the Reflect up. Finally, we get the Azumarill. And Azumarill here will see only highest damaging move being Play Rough or Waterfall. Against Ramos, can Ramos take Play Rough and a subsequent Aqua Jet? If they both high roll. 36 and 16. That is 52. That is something Ramos can take. Perfect. Okay, we're through. Because I can Synthesis on the... Is he's gonna Play Rough here or Waterfall? Either is fine. Waterfall is honestly better. And at this HP amount, he will not see a kill with Aqua Jet. I can Synthesis for free. He's gonna Play Rough or Waterfall me again. Probably Play Rough, I don't really mind. And I'm now safe in terms of HP, I can Giga Drain. Ooh. Okay, that crit is so huge. That crit is just kind of guaranteeing that this goes through safely. Not that I wasn't safe already, I was basically safe already, but even safer. Play Rough. And now it sees that I can kill it, so it's gonna Aqua Jet me and I Giga Drain, and we made it through! Norman! Yes! Come on. One death. I'm absolutely fine with that. It's not the death I had planned, and it was very risky, all things considered. And honestly, like, there was a bunch of crits and, like, rolls that I kind of could have seen go wrong. But all things considered, unsafe as all living fuck, but we made it through marginally unscathed. I'm absolutely fine with this. It's my gift to you. I'm sure you can use it correctly. Facade. An incredible move for gut sweepers and whatnot. It's not something I'm gonna be giving anyone right now, but this is oh, that feels good. Yes. My goodness. Oh, hi there. Here you are. Please come with me. I have something I want you to have. If you don't mind, let me borrow you or incubate it for a minute or two. Oh. Norman defeated. Hell yes. Please excuse me for dragging you here all this way. But while he's become very healthy since you went to Verdant Turf, we owe it all to you. And while he left town, you helped him catch a Pokemon, right? You think that will make Wally really happy? Not just him, his father as well. So here he gives me strength. It's okay. Like, if it's okay, can I ask for 5? We're not doing any begging here. Sorry. There is a doorbell going off around here, so I need to go ahead and take that real quick. 1 second. Sorry about that. Someone at the door. It's what you get when you stream from an office. Sometimes people just kind of want to disturb you. There's no one else here, so I'm like not disturbing anyone else. Except for everyone that's watching, of course, but... Anyway. One death Norman. Ah, that feels good. Despite this, like, especially considering this went off the rails, like, turn 3, being able to bring this back feels very good. I'm so happy about that. Okay. There we go. I'll actually give a little bit of a eulogy for Brawly there, because it feels a bit miffed to do that. Again, Brawly, thank you for your sacrifice. It didn't have to happen, it's a shame it needed to happen. But even though you got burned, you really pulled your weight there. So thank you. Actually, before anything else, let me put it back into box 1 just in case. Norman vanquished. I do need to update my death counter, of course, to 3. 3? But it's only 3 still. And past Norman, that is very nice. So what is next? I actually didn't look much forward because, like, I wholeheartedly expect this to go off the rails way more than it did right there. It still very much went off the rails, don't get me wrong, but all things considered, I was able to steer it back well enough. Well, I know what's next is Flannery Split. I think Flannery Split means we start with the win straights. Not quite, though. There's one thing before the win straights, and that is... Oh, I have all this still unlocked, which is not necessary. 1 second. There we go. I have 3 trainers at Route 111 that were possible pre-Watson, but I do them now with a much higher level cap, so they're probably going to be inconsequential. How inconsequential? Let's go take a look. Where is my calculator? First, it's time to level everyone up. And for the most part, that just means everyone in my team, because I don't think I will be not using them. Hamilton, getting Crunch. I think right now, but I need to double check that. Under most circumstances, Flamethrower heavily outdamages Fire Fang. But I need to check with full IVs. Actually, it's not as big a difference as I thought it would be. But I'll keep the mixed coverage for now, though I will definitely expect Flamethrower to go very soon. Same with Crunch. Basically, I think the final moveset of Hamilton is going to be like Head Smash, Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed, and Rock Slide. Basically. And the level cap here is 48? 48. Ramos, also going to 48, and I'm not sure if it's getting anything. Crunch as well. Huh. Well, if I were to get Crunch, it'd be over Giga Drain, but Giga Drain has done me so well so far that I'm not going to do that. Crunch is not going to be used. 46, 47, 48. And Earthquake, hell to the yes. Stomping Tantrum. The one caveat for Earthquake is that you want Stomping Tantrum over Earthquake in the case of single battles. But I don't ever expect this to be used in double battles. At least not much. So yeah, I think all in all, Earthquake is just kind of replacing Stomping Tantrum here every single time. But a great move to have. Viola. I've really grown to respect the bug flying type in this specific scenario. Hurricane. Ooh. Viola is not much of a damage dealer is the thing. Right? It's not doing much in terms of damage. As a matter of fact, how many times have I clicked Struggle Bug on this? It's sparse. But it is a good doubles move, in particular. I'm trying to think if there's, like, specific reasons to keep... I mean, yes, Air Slash is definitely a keep. I think the main one is maybe get rid of Scary Face instead. I've yet to click it. But could it be something that comes in useful later, basically? I can see that happen. I don't have an awful lot of speed on my team, so... yeah. My one speedy mon is basically gone. I could also see myself get rid of Struggle Bug. I think at this point... what's upcoming? Maybe that's best to look at. It's the Wind Straits. Do I need to fight the Wind Straits already? Because that sounds scary. I was hoping to wait with them a little bit. But whatever. Leavanny. Like, from that point forward, it's basically Overcode, Magic. Like, you get into Sandstorm. Right? So Hurricane doesn't do much, and the Struggle Bug won't do all too much, probably. Trying to see if there's like any particular reason to get rid of it or keep it. most coverage I kind of see at this point does definitely hurt Masquerade. I think I just kind of see very little reason to click Struggle Bug. Or at the very least, like, the reasons to do it are sparse. The main issue is that Viola is a bit of a utilitarian, like is a utility mon, more than anything else. And Struggle Bug is utility. And so is Scary Face. So yeah. I think the answer is to get rid of Struggle Bug. Good of a utility move that is. I'll do like a double check ask, but pardon me. Because my instinct would be to get rid of Struggle Bug or Scary Face, I think. But it feels very wrong to do that. And the main reason to get Hurricane is like baiting Mons. Or not baiting Mons, basically. Sorry about that. Because there's very few scenarios where you click it over Air Slash, right? And the same goes for Bug Buzz. Well, okay, Bug Buzz, there are scenarios where you want to click Hurricane instead, but Bug Buzz being like one of the main bug damaging moves I have is the reason to keep it in my eyes. Oh, that... There's actually a reason to... Okay. So I'm gonna get rid of Hurricane for a very simple reason. There's a 2 to 4 out of 4 trait. I wasn't aware of that. I should have been aware of that. But that is a good reason to not teach it Hurricane. Berg Hair... gets after you. That is gimmicky. And because I am a quiet nature, low speed IV Orbeetle, I'm not gonna get it. And then we're gonna keep going. And at 48, do I still get another move? Psychic. So do I want Psychic or Psyshock? maybe I get rid of Bug Buzz instead. I think not. I think this is just like more damage, more better. I think it's just more damage, more better. Yeah. So, Psychic over Psyshock. There's definitely an argument for both, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Grant is gonna get, I think, just Stone Edge here, right? Just nothing. Wow, okay. Oh, because I evolved it that late. It would have gotten knockoff there at 43 if I recall correctly. I'm not gonna level everyone up quite yet. As you can see, it already takes me a while to think about like one move. So instead, I'm just gonna go and look at the next few fights and see what I need. And if the wind straights are in fact what's next, I'll probably have to plan quite a bit. But yeah, whatever. I'll level up the main crew, right? The mons that are gonna be used anyway, so I'll like wait with these three. And these, being fully evolved already, are just gonna get leveled here. Because there's no real reason to wait, aside from, like, waiting with decisions. And that is a valid reason, but I don't think it's a valid reason here. Faulkner. Candace. And we're gonna see what everyone else gets. Claire, I hope, just gets better water move. Dragon Pulse. Oh, that is better than better water move. So right now, on Kingdra specifically, the attack is slightly harder than the special attack, but there is a reason to have both. Is there a reason for Aurora Beam? Yes, in case of I want to combat grass types with this. Specific grass types you can see Aurora Beam being useful. And Clear Smog is just kind of good to have. And this is kind of the only ice coverage I will get for a while. It's definitely keeping Dragon Pulse, but do I get rid of Clear Smog, Octazooka, or Aurora Beam? It's basically between those three for me. And even Waterfall I can see an argument for. So Waterfall and Octazooka deal, like, functionally equivalent damage, right? Octazooka is better in, like, most scenarios, but I get the sand mons come up, and then all of a sudden Waterfall's probably generally better. I think Aurora Beam's damage is gonna fall off quickly. And there's gonna be very few scenarios where Dragon Pulse doesn't just outdamage it, where I would want to use Aurora Beam. Same kind of goes for Clear Smog, though. Clear Smog is kind of insurance. It's a backup, not like a main move. I'll get rid of Clear Smog. I think Clear Smog is gonna lose its luster very quickly here. And while we have that going on, I'm gonna take a look at Mamoswine. Mamoswine here is only gonna get Roar, so that's nothing. I could get rid of Ancient Power for Roar there, but no. And everything else just kinda nothing. Talonflame. Let's go see. It's gonna get Tailwind here. That is actually a very good move. And definitely something I'm considering keeping. over Will-O-Wisp mostly. Because Aerial Ace will see use. It's niche use, but it will see use. And Roost is way too good to get rid of. Acrobatics is kind of the main damage I have. And I don't want to depend on Will-O-Wisp, right? Its inaccuracy just kind of makes it not worth it. I'm just not confident enough. So, Aerial Ace, Will-O-Wisp for Tailwind. My own instincts tell me to get rid of Aerial Ace or Will-O-Wisp, and I think, like, I'm leaning Will-O-Wisp here. Despite the fact that it's a very accurate move at 85%, but it's not perfect accuracy. And the niche of having Aerial Ace as like a perfect accuracy move might be worth more than the small niche of than the general usefulness of Bird. Because the scenarios where you would want to fish for a Bird, you can also kind of do that with just like Flame Body stalling, right? And if Will-O-Wisp misses, you're in trouble. And Tailwind is incredible support for doubles. I think I would get rid of Will-O-Wisp here. Weird as it is to like get rid of such a useful move and not like Aerial Ace, which is definitely my second choice. I'll get rid of Aerial Ace here. Weird as it looks, as normal as it looks to make this like a hard choice, like I've never clicked Will-O-Wisp and I have clicked Aerial Ace. It means like you can do like a bit of chip with it, like stall a bit instead of like using full-on acrobatics. Then again, the same goes for Will-O-Wisp, and especially Tailwind kind of does the same thing. And Will-O-Wisp, like the usefulness of being able to burn is probably a lot more than the niche of having unavoidable moves. Then again, I know exactly what I want to use Aerial Ace for, and Will-O-Wisp I can't quite think of. There's like a Sandvale Bright Powder Cacturn coming up, and Aerial Ace kind of says nope to both of those. And Will-O-Wisp is kind of like scared of it, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Will-O-Wisp. Whereas as it looks to get rid of Will-O-Wisp there, I think that is the best choice. Alright, then we're gonna get Surge, who should get just, if I'm not mistaken, gets Thunderbolt here at 44, exactly. Oh, and also gets Surf in a little bit. So basically, do I get rid of Discharge or get rid of Thunderbolts? Do I want the spread damage or the direct damage? Or maybe Nuzzle? I think I get rid of Nuzzle. I think this is going to be more of a pure damage dealer, and therefore Nuzzle, as good as it is for a paralysis move, I don't quite think it will see use. But this does kind of leave the question of, am I going to keep Discharge with Thunderbolt because I'm going to get Surf at 48? So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to wait and see if I need a specific move between those two. And thus keep him at 47 for now. Dreadnought is going to get Body Press at 48. Which is not bad, but not something I think I want to keep. I think the current moveset is good enough. The only one I'm kind of considering is Jawlock, right? What specific mons would that be good? Like, would either be good for? Jawlock helps me against like Ghost and Dark, Ghost and Psychic, of course, and neither of which you really want to use Wake for. Body Press helps for normal types, and that is a valid consideration. For that reason, I'll get rid of Jawlock. Here we go. And finally, Brassius. Let's see. It's gonna get Facade here in a little bit. Ooh, that is such a good move. Is that where we get rid of Worry Seed? Worry Seed has treated me very well, is the thing. Worry Seed has treated me well, but like a pre-poisoned Facade is incredibly powerful. It's incredibly good neutral coverage. I think Worry Seed, good as it is gonna outstate its usefulness. I'm also gonna get Synthesis at level 50. That's not quite up yet, but that is good to get in a little bit. That is these 6 almost leveled up. I just don't quite know what I want to do with Search yet. And I'll do Nana. I think I'll save the rest for later, and I'm gonna start planning for the next few fights. I think I've kept you long enough from actually doing something interesting on this stream. So we go back to Marvel. And slowly we're also going to get new encounters again. Like, the game is definitely going to be picking up a bit again from this point. And, like, losing my 2 fighting types really hurts. But Mienshao in particular was kind of bad anyway. Which, don't speak ill of the dead, I'm well aware, but the main thing it had going for it was like having Fake Out and Regenerator. Regenerator was incredible. Absolutely. It means he could come in repeatedly. But to that end, Breloom just kind of can do something similar with Poison Heal, right? And it deals more damage and has like a more interesting typing. Anyway, so the next fight that is due is the 3 little intermission fights that were still pre-Watson, the Route 111 fights. First we have a double battle with the Farfetch'd, Wadchok and Arbok on one side, and Bellsum and Viplume on the other. Pardon me. First and foremost, let me do a little bit of an export of my team. Where is my damage calculator again? It's over here. will need to, like, finagle, like, the mons that I didn't evolve yet. But that is fine. I will also kind of put everyone at 48 and just assume the damage, like, assume the moveset that is most interesting in terms of, like, damage dealing. So fake out here, I'll go with... What am I thinking of? Surf? Jetnaw is not getting anything new. Breloom already did, so now it's just... Probably there was an argument to not level up Caracosta, right? Because of the baiting moves thingy. Let me see Mighty Ennis level up moveset. Nothing. Mighty Ennis just has learned everything it can, basically. Then we have Pyroar, who would get Double Edge here. Which is not a move I would have learned in anyway, so that's not relevant. Moongus gets Energy Ball, which... sure. Actually, before anything else, let me show off the Calculating sheet. I can get rid of some mons as well, like this guy and this guy are now done for. Ampharos gets Dragon Breath, which is interesting. And Signal Beam. I'll do both here. But in practice, I'm probably not gonna learn Signal Beam. I'm gonna teach you Signal Beam. The Bergmite is gonna stay as is, and I'll need to do the Avalux myself. Avalug, 48. Avalug. I have access to basically the same moves as before, which is Avalanche here, Icicle Spear, Gyro Ball Crunch is probably the moves that I'd go for. And in the same vein for Avalug, Hisui, that's probably a bit more interesting. Hisui. I get Avalanche, not Gyro Ball, or not Crunch instead. I get Rock Slide. An Icicle Spear. I would have Stone Edge as well. I'll get rid of Avalanche for that real quick. It's probably gonna be what I keep instead of Icicle Spear, but it's a bit easier to do that. Good morning, Elgino. You missed a very interesting fight. You missed me beating Norman with just one death. After having to steer incredibly hard. But nevertheless, I made it through. And right now I'm just kind of updating my team in the team builder. Making sure, like, some of these I kind of do by hand because of the fact that I don't want to evolve them yet because I don't want to make choices and all that. If it's Executor, I can get Energy Ball and I can get Leaf Storm, Psychic, Zen Headbutt, I wager. If it's Executor Alola, I'm not sure if I want to do that. I want to maybe instead get everything that's there. So that's Dragon Hammer, Wood Hammer, Dragon Pulse, something like that. And finally, I got the Remoraid, my Repel Tricking friend for for now. But that could also be an auxiliary. I also need to make sure Executor Lola has Harvest, because that is what it would have. And the auxiliary would have Suction Cups. And what would its moveset be at that point? Like Hydro Pump, Aqua Jet, Ice Beam, Bullet Seed, I think? Something like that? And I think that's everyone then, right? Yep, that's everyone then. And that should be good. So, the first fight that I have to do is the easy one against the double battle there, which is with the Farfetch'd. With a 16 level difference, everything kind of becomes easy. So, yeah. Let's see. If there's like anything at all that I need to worry about. And I think this is literally just lead with Arcanine and like Orbeetle or something and just go to town. Arcanine KOs the Farfetch'd and deals hefty damage to Blossom and Orbeetle or like whatever. I can kind of mix and match, right? You can just kind of get rid of the other slot. And then in come probably the Watchog, and definitely the Vileplume. Vileplume I just KO with Flamethrower. Watchog, I probably should get something in that can help with the Blossom and easily KO the Watchog. Now, looking at it, Torterra just kind of does that. Kind of. Depends on how much Rock Slide does in doubles. Not enough. Could Dreadnought be doing it instead, maybe? He deals less, no? Yeah, because of the IV difference, it deals less. But I could just go double Rock type there, I guess. Because Dreadnought Body Press KOs Watchog, and Arbok is not something I'm threatened by too much. If nothing else, I can just kind of... Not even Stomp and Tantrum crit is something I need to be worried about. Yeah, okay, so I'll just bring the two Rock types, Dreadnought and Arcanine, and if I get in trouble, I'll bring like Torterra and Masquerain. That. This is just, yeah, this is not something I need to worry about at all. So, it's mostly for, like, the form of it that I do this. Let's get the team. Let's go and grab Hamilton. And Wake is already here, so let's go. And I'll bring, like, I don't know, Ramos, Faulkner. Search for some Fake Out if I want to do that. And what else would, like, be somewhat interesting here? Probably bring Brassius, because he can just kind of help via Mach Punch, I guess. I'm way overcomplicating it, I'm well aware, but whatever. Not even gonna, like, do anything in terms of items. Just make sure that I get rid of this one. I'll actually bench Surge, so I don't actually need to do that leveling thing quite yet. And instead, I'll just kind of go with no, I'll go with Viola instead. I will get rid of the citrus there, because I don't want to waste it on this. But here we go. The first fight is these two. Oops, went a little bit too quick, but that's whatever. Show me how to put a little bit of excitement into my life by running in, guns blazing. I should be fine anyway. It's not like these pose any sort of threat right now. Hamilton and Wake. Hamilton will... Which of the two is faster? Hamilton is faster. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to Flamethrower and I'm going to Rock Slide. Like, whichever order I do this in doesn't matter, so... Yeah, I managed to get the Growlithe in Rustboro. I was just having trouble prepping for Norman, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get my encounter in Rustboro, because I think whatever I get there would probably be very useful. And I had like static to increase the odds of Togedemaru, who would be incredible. Growlithe would have been incredible, and there was like a few others that was like, yeah, that's pretty good. So sure, let's go for it. Watchog and Vileplume, both of which are now promptly KO'd by their respective moves. Vileplume says, bye-bye, I get hit by Flamethrower. This in general just kind of baits down the line, of course, but... And Body Press. KOs the Watchog with ease. Have you been doing more attempts since last time I talked to you at Elgino? Or have you kind of been too frustrated with it? Because I believe last time I heard you talk about it, you were too frustrated by it. I haven't played it in a bit. Yeah, no, that's fair. Flamethrower and I Liquidation. Might start another run soon. Alright, well. If you are, good luck. And if not, well, yeah, whatever. I've been replaying Rejuve. Oh! I've been meaning to try Rejuve as well. I know Rejuve is a good game, but I've been mostly, like, waiting for it to be completed, and I don't think it is quite yet, right? I'm only, like, slightly damaged. Do I even need to do anything here? Arcanine outspeeds and OHKOs. Butterfree outspeeds and OHKOs. Simisage doesn't quite do that against the Stantler, but if I give it a Wise Glass, it will. It's gonna be a very long time until it is. I kind of figured. I'll give the Wise Glasses to Hamilton, and Hamilton outspeeds and OHKOs everything on the next fight. Let me show it off real quick for the completion of it. Why do you think it's going to be long? I would really suggest to at least play through this version once. It's so good. Why is this version so good already? I like, from my personal experience, I've been frustrated with Reborn for the very, like, for early release of Reborn for the very simple reason that, like, the story ends at some point, and I don't feel like I completed whatever I did, you know? Unit isn't completed yet. The game still has over 100 hours of gameplay easily if you explore. Wow. And that is that's an incomplete game. Like, up to where is it? Because is it like Reborn when there's like 18 gyms, or is it like normal gym progress or whatever? Like how 15 badges? Okay, yeah, that tracks. Okay, well, anyway. Next fight, Hamilton sweeps. Let's go. Next. Go for Marvel, then you should be full of energy. 15 badges. Yeah, that is a lot. Greatest setting will be a while till the game's finished. Yeah, no, I believe that. Rock Slide, Hamilton, KOs. Yeah, I know Reborn took like 12 years or something to complete. So, I'm not surprised something similar would happen here. Flamethrower, Sim Sage. Enjoy the game more than Reborn. I have heard that it's better. Definitely. I've heard that, like, Rejuvenation is a lot better than Reborn. And finally, thanks to the Wise Glasses Flamethrower Okos. And if it doesn't, oh no, anyway. Exactly. Because I believe Rejuve kind of expands on the whole terrain thing that Reborn does, right? And also has like some regional forms or something, I believe? And also just kind of being more challenging, right? Like, those three combined? Not that Reborn is easy, by no means. It's peanuts compared to this game, but... yeah, but it's still... Did you have anything special in terms of items? Oh yeah, the X items. Regional forms are also excellent. Okay. So, final battle before we get into, like, the real stuff. Kindler Hayden. And I believe this is also just a Arcanine sweep. Hamilton can just kind of do it all. Rockslide kills Orikoru Sensu, kills Heatmore. Doesn't actually KO the Camerupt. Camerupt is actually something I need to be wary of then. But the Turtonator, and the Turtonator is not even... If I give it a Heartstone, it would be KO'd. Yeah. So I really only need to be wary of the Camerupt, who can boom on me. Could I instead do it with Dreadnought then, maybe? I'm in singles again, right. Then... Yup, okay. Wake 1v1s. And Oko's everything. Let's go. Here it is. You're as famished as I am, there's no room for pity. Orikoru Sensu, the lead. Outsped and KO'd by Rock Slide. Second up. Just down the line, Heatmore. And I believe both kill. I don't know quite which of the two it is. Both just easily kill, so I'll just go with Rock Slide here just in case. Camerupt comes out next. I should definitely look into like Rejuvenation. It's not gonna be a stream game probably because I think it's like a very heavy game, but it's definitely a game I would enjoy playing. I wager. If it's already like 100 hours, it's probably fine to just kind of go for it. And Rock Slide here kills as well. Next, I don't quite know for this game specifically. One second, let me open a window because it's getting very hot in here. should hopefully help a bit. Anyway, I don't know if I need to do the wind straights first, or if I can like. Oh hey, good to know. Protection goggles. Oh right, the wind straight family has the goggles. Thing I love about the game is that they didn't buff the bad Pokemon by giving them better stats, but they give them Pokemon-specific items. Ooh. So like custom Mega-esque or like more Light Ball-esque? Light Ball-esque. Okay, cool. That's definitely, yeah, that is definitely cool. So here's our next big one, and that is the wind straights. And that is 4 consecutive battles where I cannot switch my team or even heal my team. It's Victor, Victoria, Vivi, and Vicky. Fayon, for example, has an item that basically gives Eviolite and lefties. Ooh. Impressive. The wind straights. Let's go calc. Where is my calcing page? It is here. To cannon. This is one of those where I probably need to like run backwards. And by that I mean I need to start with how in the world am I gonna handle that Metachamp. Right? My first instinct would be like Talonflame or Masquerain. Alternatively, like Caracosta as a lead. Maybe not as a lead, but because it can like basically protect on the high jump kick. Then switch to like Masquerain on the high jump kick. And then Thunder Punch comes out and I can do like a pivot through Torterra or something, I don't know. Probably need to work on that in a little bit. But for now, like, I think the safest way for me to handle it is either Talonflame, who outspeeds and KOs with acrobatics. Maybe. And isn't quite threatened by the Metachamp. And second thing would be like some pivoting with like Caracosta or something with Protect. It's like one of those two would be my solution there, I think. The third could be like Raichu Alola, but eh. And then with the Crook in the back, it can definitely sweep you. But I think if I bring like Torterra, I'll be fine. Probably. So, based on those, it's probably like one of those two, one of the flying types and Torterra that's going to be brought. Because that's probably the safest line. Then let's go back one. Against a Ribombee, I can just kind of acrobatics for kill. And yes, it can stun spore me, but I could give it a cherry or poison it or something like that. Then there is the Abomasnow, which I also kill with acrobatics. So I shard on me, so if I get like a bit of chip in that first fight, which is possible, I could kind of heal it off, right? Anyway. Not that I need to, because I can just kind of switch in Arcanine Hisui there, and Rock Slide for kill, and take the Thunderbolt and Rock Slide for kill. I could give it a Cherry just in case, but like that is basically, that first fight is just Arcanine Hisui going to town, and it doesn't even need to lead. Worst case, I may need to like... I might need to be wary of Supersonic. But I could give it a Persim instead of a Cherry. If I get Thunderbolt paralyzed, I'll find a way, I guess. I could go to Torterra if I'm bringing it anyway. And even like a double extreme speed kind of does the trick. So in general, I should be fine there, and I probably won't need Arcanine from there. Then Talonflame, Okos, the Abomasnow, whereas Masquerain would not. So it's probably Talonflame that's going to be the lead. That will bait Seismitoad, clicking Muddy Water, which is an annoying move. But one of my many grass types kind of does the trick, right? Probably Amoonguss. Maybe Breloom. No, not Breloom, because of Venoshock. There's also a chance it clicks Toxic, and at that point, it would be Amoonguss that helps the most. But Torterra could do the trick as well, basically. And then against the Sensascorch, Fire Lash, or Skittersmack, or Coil, or Protect, I can just switch in Talonflame and like 1v1 it pretty easily. Even if it managed to coil on me once, because Skittersmack boosts reduces special attack, so I'll manage. And I can like roost off if I get like heavily damaged or whatever. So all in all, I should be fine with Talonflame there too. Then we have Vivi and the Ribombee, because I'll probably be a decent HP, Acrobatics Okos, and this is where I get the Cherry Berry. That will bait in Sudowoodo, clicking Head Smash. I can go to Torterra, and I was gonna say maybe Mamo, but yeah, that's a bit tricky. So Torterra and like Earthquake it for the kill. In comes the Flygon, who will click Flamethrower on me. I can switch to Arcanine on the Flamethrower, bait Scorching Sands, switch in. Yeah, that always baits Scorching Sands because I'll never be that low. Switch to Talonflame, Acrobatics twice on the Scorching Sands, Acrobatics, Roost if I need to, Acrobatic Skills. So I'm still with just these four. And I can basically get something for specifically the Medicham. If need, like, I say specifically the Medicham is why is a Fake Out crit dealing that much more? Oh, I've been calculating with Reflect Up. Oh no, I need to go back. For the first fight, it doesn't matter. not quite. For the second fight, it doesn't matter. I can even maybe, like, help Torterra by setting up a Tailwind. Or help Amoonguss. Amoonguss won't be enough for Torterra it would be. But Amoonguss would be the choice if I have, like, room. For the third fight, it's gonna be... like, Ribombee. That's just gonna O-code there. Then... in would come the... Sudowoodo, clicking Head Smash, basically every time. Torterra can take it, EQ for the kill. In comes Flygon, who will still Flamethrower. I can still do the same line, but Dragon Claw is a bit more risky. So I could bring something else for that, if I want to. But I'm not quite sure what that would be. Something that can take the Scorching Sands and, like, hurt it very much back. And from the looks of it, like, if I can bring something in on Dragon Claw instead, that would probably be better. Though I could give a Frost Berry to Mamo and Ice Shard it for the kill. And then finally, I'll need to be careful with, like, because I said Torterra would be 1v1ing the Crocodile. But I'm not quite sure if I can guarantee that. Not to mention, Thunder Punch is now a kill. And I cannot afford to roost on it, right? Necrobatics is a range to kill, so I really don't want to risk that. I could stall it out with a roost a little bit, but if I do, I don't quite like, if I get Thunder Punch paralyzed, I'm in trouble. And if he doesn't get burnt, I'm also kind of in trouble. The one thing I could do, but that does change every fight a fair bit. Does it? Not really. I could bring Alolan Raichu for, like, some fake out chip, because that will bait High Jump Kick, and a crit High Jump Kick would kill Talonflame actually, so I cannot quite do that. Trying to think if I'm missing anything at all. Because I prefer not to sack anything. If I can dodge a sack, I'd prefer it, you know? Okay, so I do know for sure that it's gonna fake out turn 1. Medicham. So the only two mons I have that would outspeed are the Raichu and the... Raichu and Talon. Talon is a chance to kill, and like I could... if I have the Cherry Berries still, I could basically guarantee one roost to do one roost, right? So even on a crit that won't kill, and then I have like 2 chances of Flame Body proccing, and Flame Body proccing would just kind of make this guaranteed. I need like that teensy tiny bit of chip. The only other option I might have is like Orbital. Who has like a 2-hit KO with Psychic-ish. But is also afraid of like Thunder Punches. And I would need to give him Wise Glass to guarantee the 2-hit KO. And Fake Out into, like High Roll Fake Out with 2 Thunder Punches would already kill, so... And I'm slower. So, yeah, all in all, not quite the option I would be able to handle. I might need to squeeze out some more utility from other mons, right? I think that would be how that goes. Okay, so let me actually, before anything else, let me start writing down, because I think that's probably the best thing to do here. Let's start writing. So, fight 1. Put the font at 18. Fight 1. We're gonna lead Talon, and then Arcasui, Torts, Amoonguss, Mamo, Raichu A. That is the current idea. Fight 1, lead Talon. So, fight 1, switch to Arc H. And then Rock Slide kill. Burst him as insurance. And if I get, like, Parrot over and over, I still have, like, Mamo can help out with, like, an Ice Shard. I can give a Never Melt Ice. That's probably even better. No, Rock Slide kill the Toucannon. And then I switch to Mamo on the Thunderbolt, and I Never Melt Ice. Switch to Mamo. Never Melt Ice. Ice Shard. Ice Shard kills. That's the first fight, basically inconsequential. At worst, I take like 30% on Arcanine, which, whatever. Right? Second fight, a Bomb Snow lead. Talonflame, it knows I can kill, so I can Tailwind, I can Roost, I can Acrobatics. That's not enough. I would Tailwind Acrobat. Okay, no, Fight 2. Tailwind, Acro for kill. In comes, cause Sense Scourge sees that I have a fast skill, so it will be Seismitoad that comes in, because it sees a slow out damage, and will click Muddy Water on me. Basically, I can guarantee a Muddy Water. Yeah, so the one issue is like accuracy drops from Muddy Water. But Amoonguss would probably be the best lead there, and if nothing else, I can use Torterra instead. And if it's like... It's one of those two... No, it would be... Torterra, it has to take one Muddy Water and Giga Drain kills. And I just kind of have to hope for no accuracy drop, right? That's the main thing that would screw me over. Is there a way for me to combat that? Not really. But at that point, I don't need Amoonguss anymore. Because then Sense Swords comes in, clicks Fire Lash or Skittle Smack, I don't really care. It might click Coil. But in any case, actually, no, Arcanine comes in, Rock Slides for kill. In comes... Wait, why is my thing so weirdly sized? It's not how it should be. There we go, and make it a little bit wider. I know why it is, actually, but here we go. Move everything in accordance. And there we go. Anyway, so fight 2, Acro for kill, in comes... I want to make sure that I have Skitter Smack right. In special attack. Okay, good to know. So, fight 2, Tailwind, Acro for kill, in comes... Seisme, clicks Muddy Water. Switch to Tort on Muddy Water. Hope no Act Drop. If that does happen, I need to do some sort of pivot, but yeah. I don't even need the acrobatics, probably, but just in case. Anyway, switch to Tort on the Muddy Water, hopefully no accuracy drop. I can maybe find an alternate way there specifically, but I'll have to think about that later. In comes Senti, clicks random move, Arc comes in, KOs. So that's fight 2. Fight 3. Talon kills Ribombee. Takes Stun Spore with Cherry. In comes Sudowoodo. Because I am outsped with the Talonflame. Barely, I might add. Whatever. it doesn't really matter because I take it with Torterra. In comes Sudowoodo, clicks Head Smash. Head Smash. Tort takes. Can heal up if need be. EQ kills. I do out heal the damage he deals, so like I have like Tort can like heal up there and just basically make himself more useful for later. Tort takes, can heal up if need be, EQ kills. In comes Flygon, and I need to say correctly, a Rost. Because I was gonna switch it in on Scorching Sands, I might as well switch it in on Flamethrower, right? Oh, but I can't give the Rost because I have the Never Melts Ice. But even if I do, if I get like Flamethrower crit, Scorch, like even then, I can probably take like a Flamethrower and a Dragon Claw crit. Yeah, I can take both, barely. Avalanche, even through Burn, just kind of kills, because this is the damage before the doubling of Avalanche, and before the Never Melts Ice. Which all kind of just... I kill even through Burn, basically. And since the last Mon, I'd have to take one turn of Burn Chip, and 6.25, and I'd have 12.5 left if I get double crit. So all in all, I should be good. Not to mention, there are rolls where he clicks Flamethrower or Scorching Sands, which remove like any risk whatsoever, and he takes no damage up to this point. So yeah. The one thing from here is like, it's now the final fight, and I have 2 slots left, with Talonflame being locked at the lead slot. That's where I'm at right now. And Talon, is there any particular reason I could choose to not lead with it? I'm trying to see. Against the Abomasnow, yes, because freeze chance. Against the first fight, no, there's no reason to. It doesn't really matter. In the second fight, I could also lead with Arcanine and Sui, basically. But that's not necessarily something I want. Third fight, same deal. Kind of. Yeah, technically same deal. It changes the order a bit, but it doesn't change the outcome all too much. Not to mention, I can then choose to still run the Raspberry on Mamo, because I can just kind of Avalanche against a Molga. No, because I don't have the HP to do both. But then I can run the Cherry on Arcanine instead of the person, if I lead with Arcanine. So the question then becomes, does that make anything much easier? It means that in the third fight, in the second fight, while the Ice Shard does come in still, it might even be Earthquake, we don't quite know yet. I will have taken some damage, so I'll probably be at like 70% or something. So there's a small chance he clicks Earthquake, which, whatever, I Flamethrower anyway for kill. Then it would be Seismitoad that comes in. Seismito would click Earthquake or Earth Power or Muddy Water. I could switch in Torterra on either, and then Giga Drain and hope I don't get Muddy Watered, basically. But I'd have to take 2. Then the third fight, I'd have taken I'd have taken a fair bit of chip, actually, right? A Thunderbolt. At worst, I'd have taken 69. Then here I'd have taken 21, so 90. So I'd be at 74. And I'd probably take a Skitter Smack as well, which is another 29 to 43. So Energy Ball on a crit could kill me. 74, unless I use something else for specifically the Sense Scourge, which is possible because I can use Talonflame instead there. We just kind of remain at full HP effectively because I roost. Okay, not full HP, but high HP. But the line would basically function similarly, and because of the fact I have Mamo in, I do bait Woodhammer instead, but that is still something that Torterra can take. So basically, for the first 3 fights, these 4 handle it pretty much guaranteed. There's like a small chance that's not the case, but generally speaking, I should be fine. And depending on order, I can, like, these 4 should basically always handle it. It's the Metacham that I need to be wary of. And it's... yeah, it's Metacham I need to be wary of. Especially considering, like, okay, yeah, no. I should lead with Talonflame. Or something else entirely that can just kind of toe the line a bit better of what it baits and whatnot. And Raichu does kind of fit that description. Because Raichu basically, the first fight, it bait Bullet Seed, which is fine. I can do that. I can take that with 100% Bullet Seed. I can take that with Arcanine as well. I prefer not to, evidently, but I can even do like a pivot through Talonflame on the Bullet Seed. Bait the Boom Burst. Or if he's Supersonic, I guarantee Boom Burst, and it's a little bit safer that way. And I give this a Cherry instead. And just hope I don't get Supersonicked. Yeah, I think that is fine. In Fight 2, it baits Earthquake. It basically always baits Earthquake, with a small few exceptions of Woodhammer. Talonflame can take both, baits Ice Shard so I can roost. After taking Woodhammer, and I could even roost the damage off that I might take from the first fight. And Acrobatic Skills. And I can basically do the same line as before. Fight 3, The only difference is I bait Signal Beam, and I prefer not to, because that would confuse me. But Arcanine Hisui can then kind of do the same thing instead of Talon. Especially if it's not been paralyzed, that would be fine. And then, if nothing else, I can still do it with Talon. And from there, like, I can basically just do the same line, and then for the Medicham specifically, the one big major issue is the Masquerade's, like, because my final bring would probably be Masquerade, because it's like one of the only pivots I can really have for Medicham. The other one could be like Orbital, but I'm looking at a little bit too much damage for that, I think. Because Orbital can just Psychic for kill, but it'd have to take High Jump Kick, Thunder Punch, and that is a bit risky. So instead, it would be Masquerade, and that baits Thunder Punch. Gotta go now, good luck, thank you. See you around. I can kind of bring it down like -2. Without much trouble, especially with Torterra, and at that point Torterra out-damages. And a crit High Jump Kick would deal 60%. I think that might also work. I would be dead to... I'd only be dead to high roll crits on Talonflame, though. Is that a risk I'm willing to take? It feels very risky. Not to mention, I don't know if I can do the, like, roosting. I don't think I can roost enough to make sure that Talon isn't full HP. I don't think I can. So, I'd be dead to every crit. So, bringing it down to -2. Having, like, Mamo to bait High Jump Kick again. Or Torterra, same difference really, because both baited guaranteed. Basically guaranteed. I guess Torterra with Medicham at -2, Torterra does 1v1 it, kind of. But at that point, I would be in trouble against a Krook. If I don't manage to, like... So if I bring it down to if I can bring Medicham to -3 especially, I'm fine. But if I can bring it down to -2, it's tricky. Because High Jump Kick deals more than Torterra can take. But at this point, the Raichu doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, at this point, the Raichu doesn't really do anything, aside from doing like a fake out chip. Which, whatever, you know? Then it becomes a matter of, can Masquerade kind of handle it instead? No. I would need to lead still with Talonflame. The main thing that... that would do is, like, it means I don't have to take the fake out with Masquerade. That's, like, the main thing I would do with Raichu Alola. I could potentially... No, but the problem is... I'd be incredibly low with Torterra against... after the fight with the Medicham, basically. Because at -2... I'd have to, like, Synthesis every turn, basically. To stay at, like, high HP. I could give Torterra Citrus to kind of give myself insurance. No, but I'd already lose it against the Seismitoad, so that doesn't quite help. Yeah, the only, like, there's a reason this Medicham is, like, the main issue here. Not to mention, I'm still, like, very much playing into high jump kick crits. And also, Orbeetle would... Like, killing with Orbeetle means Orbeetle would be low, probably, and Crocodile would pursue it, so I can't really afford that. So the alternative would be... Maybe I bring Ampharos instead then. Because Ampharos still baits the high jump kick, takes the Thunder Punches. No, but it's not the Thunder Punch taking that I need it for, right? Maybe if I have something to bait Zen Headbutt and I can bring Mighty in as well. That would be a Mungus, but then I'd have to forfeit one of my other Mons, and I don't quite have the space for that. I might be able to do something without Mamo, but that feels very tricky to do, so I don't think I want to do that. The main reason I would be, like, if I have something else for Flygon, I'd be fine, but I don't quite have that. Actually, I do need to check one thing, is if I were to do that Raichu Alola lead... Okay, no, never mind. That is another modification that I don't really care about. If I do manage to get it, because Masquerade would take the fake out at -1. Then Thunder Punch would be clicked. I'd also take High Jump Kick at -1, so... I think, all things considered, there is no difference between leading Raichu and leading Talonflame, so I'd be better off bringing something else for either Talonflame, for either Medicham or the Crocodile. And for the Crocodile, I also kind of have Breloom, who even a +1 for Crocodile if I have to sack something would be able to handle it, because Brick Break just kind of kills very easily if I give it a Black Belt, and with Poison Heal intact as well. Not to mention, it actually gives me a potential switch in for Torterra on Seismitoad, because it would bait Venoshock because it's poisoned, and Talonflame basically baits Muddy Water or Toxic. Seismitoad can take both. It means I can kind of switch in on a Venoshock, and Torterra can take that Venoshock, and then like the Muddy Water is much lower odds, right? Or at least much lower odds to screw me over, because I only have one moment to like get my accuracy reduced. It wouldn't do anything for the first fight. It might do something for the third. Like, it baits Flamethrower, so I could like maybe if because I got the kill there with Torterra, basically, right? So Flamethrower would already be baited. Yeah. There's also just the Isaac Mightyena play, right? Which feels very bad to do. I'm not even sure how that would affect the first few rounds. The first battle would be the same. The second one is actually troublesome, because I'd bait Woodhammer or Ice Beam, and while Woodhammer would be fine, Ice Beam could freeze and like screw me over hard. Not to mention like crit and all that. A crit Ice Beam into a crit Ice Shard could kill me. For the third fight, it baits Dazzling Gleam, so in that sense it's whatever. Actually, it baits Dazzling or Signal Beam, right? Yeah, it baits Dazzling or Signal Beam. So all in all, not quite the option I was hoping to get. Actually, let me quickly do one thing, because go. Yeah, anyway. So I think, I mean, Dazzling Beam or Signal Beam, it's not quite relevant, but it's not a solution either. Though I could bring it into, wait, no, that might be it. I could bring it in the back, because on turn 1 I would see Fake Out, And then the turn after, I'd see Thunder Punch, and even a crit Thunder Punch wouldn't kill me. So I could use Mightyena as a sack. But if I don't need to sack, why would I, right? Because it makes it a lot safer. That's the main thing. And Mightyena is gonna fall off incredibly hard from here. Even with Super Fang, even with Yawn, even with Sucker Punch, I think it would fall off incredibly fast. Though, and like, in doing it this way, I am guaranteeing safety. And not to mention, if I get that Flame Body proc on the Fake Out turn from it for Talonflame, I would still... It would basically let Mightyena survive. And... no, but there is the chance that it sees a high jump kick kill. And at that point, I would be in trouble. Because if I take that one Fake Out, let's just say I'd be at 100 HP. Okay, sure, but if I get like if the Fake Out crits, basically, I'd be in trouble. Because then I'd be at like 86, and, or at worst, 76, and then it's a random move between JKs and Headbutt and Thunder Punch. Granted, it could also, it's a 1 in 3, basically. But on the flip side, there's also, like, if I'm chipped at all, I'm basically seeing a random move. And if that random move becomes high jump kick, I'm in trouble. I think, like, the safer play is to have Talonflame beat a potential sack. Because it would make sure that I win. It would make sure that I win this, like, that I get through with only maybe Talonflame being done. And besides, it is a high chance to kill. It's also a high chance that I'm still, like, at good HP. If I get into pursuit range, which, if that were to happen somehow, I'm on, like, basically at 30 HP, and I see a guaranteed pursuit, I can roost. Outspeed and I can roost and I'm still fine. Bait a different move and I'm good. Crunch crit 35 into a -1 EQ crit 64. But I'd pre-poison, so yeah, okay. Take the Fake Out, hope for burn. So guarantee. Acro is a 90% chance to kill. Else, Loom kills with Mach Punch. Loom kills with Mach Punch. In comes Crook. If needed, Roost for heal. Switch to Loom, KO with Break Break. Yeah. all things considered, this should be the safest, I think. And I only need 5 Mons. But a 6 Mon is not gonna make Medicham suddenly, like, deathless. A deathless endeavor. I think the only thing I can kind of see was that Thunder Punch line, right? With Torterra. I guess I don't need Torterra as much anymore at that point, but the problem is that I don't want to fall into pursuit range. But that's only basically if I get into like 20% or lower. At which point it's a roll. And I think hopefully I'm able to kind of handle it. Because I can, in the best case scenario, I can basically take a 3-hit KO. Take a 3. What? I can kind of... Torterra can probably kind of handle Medicham if it's at -2. And assuming no crits, Mask can take like 3 high jump kicks. Even with 1 crit, I probably am able to if I give it like Citrus or Auron, like recovery basically. And then, like especially if I can bring it down to -3, I'm just good. Torterra can then 1v1 Medicham pretty safely. And I can kind of dodge all risks, and I can even still go for that high roll with Talonflame, right? Depending on how the battle goes. Yep, depending on how the battle goes. And there's like a bunch of ways that I can kind of make this slightly safer. And if nothing else, I can probably, like... There's probably a bunch of ways that I can, like, make this work. Yeah, I think it's these 6 then. I think it's these 6 then, and they should generally make it pretty safe. And I have like a few ways to handle the second fight, which is like the main one for Torterra to be annoying. For Torterra to be like, annoying for Torterra. I even have like the option of like using Loom for Sudowoodo. Maybe. Maybe. Like, I might have that option even. Probably not. I'd probably still use Torterra and, like, kill with Giga Drains instead. So I, like, get a little more HP. Is that true? Yes, in practice it probably is. Because I heal more than he deals, basically. And I can maybe abuse 1 synthesis there, maybe use 1. I shouldn't need to use 2 up to this point. No, I maybe need to use 2. Because of the Seismitoad. No, because I basically heal off whatever it deals. Most of what it deals with Giga Drain. Okay, I think I have a safe line or safe enough line to where I can go. So let's. It's been long enough. I'm just gonna get the team and get going. That means I want Candace. And these 5. Well, that was quick. I'm also gonna pre-poison Brassius. Is there any other status that would, like, be worthwhile here? No. No? I could pre-poison Hamilton to make sure I don't get paralyzed or confused. But I'll live. I'll just handle it however I need to handle it. I'll give a Raspberry to Candace. I'll give a Pecha Berry to Ramos. Wait, I can't give Faulkner the Cherry Berry that I'd need. I completely forgot about that. Trying to think if there is like a way to make like some guaranteed moves into. Yeah, but not in a way that I can deny the Stun Spore. Because Faulkner would need that cherry to guarantee safety. But does it? Because into the Bomb of Snow, if I were to hold like a Berry Sweet or something, okay, he would Ice Beam me. That is actually a bit of an issue, and I don't want to see that. Trying to think if there's then an alternate, because that is something I kind of forgot about. I guess I just kind of have to take it and hope I manage. Because Talonflame, no, because then I'm paralyzed and slower. But I'd probably be damaged, right? And pre-Mega, okay, it doesn't quite matter as much as I think it would. Only... It matters in the fact that a Talonflame would... be more scared, like, would not be able to do the 1v1 if Flame Body procced, but basically in every other scenario, I'd be fine. And like, okay, yeah, and I could get like flinched to death, or full para to death on Rabombi, but that is the only thing, and that would need not only the 60%, but also the 60%, the 90%, and the... I forgot about the Focus Sash on Rabombi. I don't think it quite matters, but... Because I could just switch an Arc on the Dazzling Gleam and Extreme Speed then. It would bait the Flygon first, but that is fine because it can go to Mamo on the guaranteed Scorching Sands or maybe Dragon Claw. Take the burn, Ice Shard for kill. In comes a Sudowoodo who would click Wood Hammer, maybe Head Smash, doesn't really matter, because Tort can take both. and keep its health up from that point forward, basically. Yeah, so all in all, that doesn't quite matter. I have like alternate win cons in case that happens. So what else would I really need? I think I'll just give Oranberry to Brassius and to Viola. Is there a reason to give it an Orin? That's probably the best way to think about it. Because Masquerain would be my answer for Metacham. And it would mean I live High Jump Kick into High Jump Kick. I think it means I'm less scared of crits, even with 10 HP. If I were to take like the -1 and the -2 high jump kick, I take, let's see, 35, 27, so 50, 62, and then a crit, it'd be 62 and 80, so 142. So actually the Oranberry would matter, as it would matter for if there's one crit. No, because then all of a sudden I'd still not be below 50%. So it still matters for one crit if it's an early crit. So it's still useful, and it's still useful enough to where the Citrus Berry doesn't quite outvalue it enough to not give it that. And Brassius... Oh no, Brassius needed the Black Belt to guarantee the kill. And maybe, like, help out somewhere else. Okay. I think then I'm ready to go. So it's time for another fight. For me to, like, do this, I'll quickly do 1, 2, so I know where I did that fight, where I'm ready for that fight. And we're gonna quickly do 4 fights in succession here then. The first one being Win Straight Victor, and then like the rest of the Win Straights are basically coming out in tandem. Or in succession. Faulkner's gonna be the lead, because Faulkner is the best lead into the most of that team. Most of the teams in general. Hamilton is going to be the main one for the first fight. For the second fight, it's going to be a combination of Hamilton and Ramos, with Brassius being a support. The third fight is going to be, once again, it's going to be like mainly Faulkner and Ramos and Candice, with maybe Hamilton doing like a little bit of help, but that is in case of like weird shenanigans. Finally, for the Win Straight, the Mega Metacham fight, which is the final one, I have Viola, I have Ramos, Faulkner, and for the Crocodile in the back, I have Brassius. Yeah, that's it. So here we go. I'm gonna quickly do a save, because I just want to be safe. And we are ready to roll out. Yes, okay. Here we go. Take it, you're a traveler and you get 4 Pokemon by 2 house dips. What do you say to taking on our family of 4 in a series of Pokemon battles? Let's do it. That's Spirit, I like you. So, Victor is gonna have the Toucannon and the Emolga. They would like to battle. Here's the Toucannon. Toucannon has Boom Burst, Drill Packs, Bullet Seed, Supersonic. It's gonna click either Boom Burst or Supersonic here. Either is fine, because Hamilton will be the switch in. He can take a Boom Burst with ease. and takes the supersonic thanks to its person berry. Perfect. And the person berry heals the confusion, and Rock Slide Okos. Let me put it in the front real quick. There we go. So from here, Rock Slide Okos. Perfect. And then in the back we have an Emolga. And Emolga is going to Thunderbolt here. If it paralyzes, we're in slight... If it's para into full para, I'm in slight trouble. In every other scenario, I'm fine. Rock Slide here is going to kill. There is a better line there. A slightly better line, actually. Yeah, there's a slightly better line I'm going to do instead. I'm going to Extreme Speed. I will take the Thunderbolt guaranteed. I was going to do that anyway, but this way I play around the para. If I get full para'd, I'm not in trouble. If I am, then I have a switch. So E-Speed just kills there. Perfect. First fight done. Only a little bit of chip on Hamilton. That is basically how he wanted it. Fight number 2. Victor is impressed. Victor is gonna go out, and in comes Victoria. Aren't you young? It's been quite the training to beat my husband, though. It's my turn to battle now. Win straight, Victoria. Like to battle, leads with the Abomasnow. Abomasnow has Wood Hammer, Ice Shard, Ice Beam, and Earthquake. It sees that I can kill it with a Acrobatics. For that reason, we are going to Tailwind. The Tailwind is there to make the life of Torterra a little easier. And Acrobatics now for the kill. I would roost this off if I could, but I don't quite have that luxury. Acrobatic skills. Anyway. So far, so good. In comes the Seismitoad. Seismitoad will see a kill with Muddy Water. Ramos can take that Muddy Water, and if I get my accuracy dropped, I'm in a slight bit of trouble, but I'll do like a little bit of pivoting. If not, we're good. Giga Drain kills next. Perfect. Giga Drain kills next. And this is why we set up Tailwind, because without Tailwind, Ramos would not outspeed the Seismitoad. Now it does, and it means this line is a bit safer. Ramos is still at full HP. Perfect. Here, Tailwind goes out, and in comes the Centiskorch. Centiskorch will click Fire Lash, Skitter Smack, or Coil. We don't care. We're going to Hamilton, who will kill it with a Rock Slide. Fire Lash is the easiest move for me to take. It doesn't really matter what it clicked there. Rock Slide, even if it were to coil, at +1 defense, Rock Slide would still be a kill. Oh no, it protects. Anyway. Rock Slide. And from here, that's fight number 2 done. Very good. Victoria, also victorious against... You know what I mean. Whatever. Oh gosh, I can't get over how strong you are. So now we're gonna go to the 3rd fight. Strong trainer here. This one is really strong. There she is. Vivi. Vivi has a Rabombi, a Flygon, and a Sudowoodo. And it's time for us to battle her. This is the one place where there's a little bit of, like, dubiousness in how to handle it. Because Rabombi here is most likely to click Stun Spore. If I get full parrot too much, I might be in trouble. I'm gonna assume I won't be, so I'm gonna Acrobatics. And I click Dazzling Gleam, that's honestly even better. Rabombi has a Focus Sash, that's fine. I'm gonna switch out now on what's Dazzling Gleam or Stun Spore. It's a bit of a weird pivot, but I'm gonna do this anyway. Because Hamilton from here on out is not necessary. Faulkner is still very useful. I'd rather not see it paralyzed because it makes the next bit of battling a little bit safer. So I'm gonna switch in Ramos on either Stun Spore or Dazzling Gleam. It can take the Dazzling Gleam just fine, taking like 30-ish%, and it baits Signal Beam. And in fact, the Stun Spore should not work against it, if I'm not mistaken. I think they just added that, right? Perfect. So now I'm gonna see Signal Beam. Hamilton can take a Signal Beam, and if I get confused, that's fine. I can like go about it in a different way. I've got like a bit of leeway. Okay, well that is annoying, but considering I am confused, it's very likely to Stun Spore here, so I can throw Extreme Speed and hope I just go through. Damn it, that is bad. So, okay, I know how to do it now. Okay, he's gonna Energy Ball me. So I'm gonna go to Brassius, who can take the Energy Ball just fine. Exactly. And even the special defense drop, I don't care. I heal with a Poison Heal. I Mach Punch. I KO. I couldn't quite do that before, mostly because it was unsafe to switch it in up to this point. So here we go. Now in comes Flygon. Flygon is gonna click Flamethrower. And I'm gonna go with my original line, and I'm gonna do a little bit of a pivot. I think I'm okay doing this little bit of a pivot. Why would I don't need to do that. I'm not gonna do that. 1 second. I'm just gonna do the original line, and then switch to Candace. Because Candace from here takes the Flamethrower thanks to Thick Fat. Means it deals like a quarter. And if it burns, we had a Raspberry. It didn't. Ice Shard kills. Next up, we get the Sudowoodo, who will click either Wound Hammer or Hat Smash. I don't know what my mouth did there. Anyway. Sudowoodo. And with the Wood Hammer or Head Smash, Ramos can take both. It's not afraid of the damage, and as a matter of fact, recovers whatever it deals with the Giga Drain here. Is that how I'm gonna do it, or I'm just gonna Earthquake? I think I should be a little bit higher HP if I do it this way. Yeah, I think I should be a little bit higher HP if I do it this way. So I'm gonna Giga Drain. Be at full HP, take another Double Edge. That is a max, that's a high roll, it's fine. Giga Drain once more, take it out, and we're up to the final fight. The main issue from here on, I now know why I wanted to recover there, want to get some roosts in, but it's whatever. I'm just gonna go for the little more risky route then. This stinks. Grandma comes in. Grandma is the main threat with the Mega Medicham and the Crocodile. Here we go, Wind Straight Vicky. Here's that Medicham. I am getting low, but that is fine. Taking the calculator up real quick. A Fake Out here on a crit is even a ranged kill. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I misplayed slightly. We're gonna see if I can get through this anyway. I'm gonna take the fake out with Faulkner. I had an alternate line. I had an alternate line exactly for this reason. I didn't need to do this. Whatever. Burn? Burn! Yes! Okay, well, that kind of took the wind out of his sails. Because acrobatics now is a guaranteed kill. Bye-bye. That is the Medicham down. Yeah, a little bit of a annoying ear movement, but whatever. I am now at 19 HP, and that means Crocodile is guaranteed to pursue. Therefore, I can roost safely. Perfect. And I flame body again. Okay. Faulkner being a goat, it doesn't quite matter here, but now with him at 53 HP, he's never going to click Pursuit anymore. It's going to be either Crunch or Aqua Tail. Brassies can take both, and we made it through. Crunch. Poison Heal is there to like guarantee my safety, and Brick Break KOs. Earthquake is gonna hurt a tiny bit more, but it doesn't quite matter because Brick Break here gets me through the wind straight. Let's go! That is another obstacle crossed. My granddad was right. We're strong. Faulkner showing its prowess, genuinely, because that was so clutch. Okay, I'm gonna quickly heal before going in there, because, I don't know. That's the heal. And let's get inside. Hi there. First trainer I've seen who deploys Pokemon so masterfully. I should tell you, my son is even stronger than me. He even took the Pokemon League challenge. There's no question that you're strong, but if you were to battle my grandson, you had a crying frustration. Could be the champion already. He isn't, but anyway, there they are. The Go Goggles, which means we can get further. Without it, we couldn't quite progress. That means we can get past these rocks now, and we can go take a look at two things. One, our next fight. Two, bigger one, our next encounter. The next fight is this one. This one. Picnicker Irene. And Picnicker Irene is going to be the start of Sandstorm fights. I can't quite look at the new encounter yet because she's blocking it off. So let's go ahead and prep for her a little bit before doing anything else. Let's see. So this fight is gonna be against, let me get the calculating sheet. I'll also quickly make a sticky note of this plan. This is redundant. I can put this in here. So this was. Okay. That's done, and now we have this. So, the Leavanny is Overcoat with Focus Sash, Leaf Blade, X Scissor, Flail, Grass Whistle. I already kind of know how I want to handle this one, but before anything else, let's get it here as well. So, I have two options, really. It's either Talonflame or it's Hamilton the Arcanine. Both can just kind of Flamethrower and then KO with either being faster or extreme speed. One way or the other, that's just kind of how it goes. Both need to hold a Chesto Berry as insurance, but yeah. Either which way, both can just kind of handle it. In will come... I wager Stoutland. Stoutland will see a fast kill, yeah. And Clefable will not see a kill against Arcanine basically ever because of the fact that I am in sand. So Stoutland will be a fast kill and it will be Stomping Tantrum or Retaliate / Body Slam if I have Talonflame out. Even that's not exactly true, because it could be... If I were to be using Arcanine there, it is possible that due to a crit, it sees Retaliate. So I kind of want to dodge that if I can, right? So I think that 1v1 should be done by Talonflame. The Chesto Talonflame will 1v1 the Leavanny. Against Talonflame, it's definitely gonna be the Stoutland that comes in and clicks either Body Slam or Retaliate. I can go to a Rock type, either Arcanine or Dreadnought or Caracosta, or maybe the Avalugg if I were to evolve it, but like, anyway, one of those. Take the Retaliate or the Body Slam and bait Stomping Tantrum. I could go to like Breloom on Stomping Tantrum, maybe? No, that won't quite work. Let me actually quickly put things in a box too that are not quite relevant yet. So it's these few. Let's go. Stoutland has quite some damage still, so in baiting Stomping Tantrum with the Rock type, I could switch in Masquerain to do like a bit of, to do an Intimidate, bait the Body Slam, like do that like once or twice, bring it down to like -2, and then all of a sudden Torterra just kind of 1v1s pretty safely. Give it a Cherry just in case, but like... Or pre-poison it, maybe. Probably pre-poison it. Because then, and then Stoutland is 1v1 by Torterra, clicking Earthquake twice. Then finally in comes Clefable. Oh, click Moonblast or Focus Blast. Anyway, I can go to Talonflame on either. And Talonflame, if I keep it healthy, because I would be holding a Chesto prop maybe still, and depending on whether or not I do, if I were to be holding a berry, Talonflame can kind of 1v1 the Clefable probably, right? If not, there's always, like, Amoonguss. No, what am I doing? I just go to Amoonguss instead. Because Amoonguss can just kind of Sludge Bomb twice for kill. Even if I were to, like, see him being at, like, worst case, like 60% or 40%, he still wouldn't click soft boil because Sludge Bomb would not. Yeah. And I could get my special attack reduced. If that happens, that's fine. I've got, like, I can probably bring him back up there as well. What would that backup be, though? Let me see. So for that Clefable, the one issue is, like, my ground types don't quite work here. They're all, like, with the exception of Torterra, they're all kind of weak to fighting, or they're too specially weak. Not to mention, Synthesis is not quite the recovery move it once it was. So, yeah, that it once was. Oh, and because of that, I might actually be in a tiny bit of trouble. Yeah, no, I won't be. Because I take 3 ticks of poison and 2 body slams. 3 body slams. Oh, that is a lot, actually. 3 ticks of poison would be... Let me calc that. 3 ticks of burn is not the solution either, so... I can do like probably do even a 3rd round, so I can even bring it down to -3, and at that point it probably is fine, but... I can even bring it in Stomping Tantrum, right? Anyway, 164 divided by 8. So I'd be, basically I need to have 104 HP. I need to only take 104 damage. And that is at -3. At -2, I cannot guarantee that. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty... You know, I cannot guarantee it. So I'd have to have him at least take Stoutland down to at least -3, which should be possible just fine. Yeah, because I can... Okay, let's start writing down shit, because I think we're at the point where I can do that. So. Elite Talon. Ace twice for kill. In comes Stoutland. Switch to Costa on Ratel. Switch to Mask on Stomping. On Tantrum. Repeat, switch to Costa on... What is it? On the Slam. Switch to Mask on Tantrum. Switch to Costa on Slam. Switch to Mask on Tantrum. Wait, if I put it at -2, if it were to be at -2, then Slam, Tantrum, because that would be the damage. 9, 39, 39 instead. -1. 12, 51, 51. That's too much. So I only need to bring it down to -2. To guarantee my safety. Because I take the Stomping Tantrum and 2 Body Slams if I were to bring it in on Stomping Tantrum instead, which I can guarantee if I bring it in through Caracosta. So yeah, that's actually safe. So Tantrum, Slam, Tantrum, Slam. And then it's at -2. Switch in Tort on Tantrum. Switch EQ twice for kill. In comes Clef. In comes Clef, flicking Moonblast on me, or Focus Blast. I can basically safely switch in Amoonguss. Clicks Moonblast or Random Move. Because it should see that I'm at like 17 HP or so, at worst. At which point it's a random move between Focus Blast and Moonblast, so... yeah, so basically it's gonna click random move between Moonblast and Focus Blast. Focus. So we switch to Amoonguss. Sludge Bomb twice for kill. The alternative would maybe be if I switch in Talon. No, because I'd prefer to have Amoonguss come in on the Focus Blast. And if I were to get too low, because I basically see, then I can always pivot through Talonflame back to Amoonguss. Or maybe like, it's not guaranteed Moonblast, it's probably Moonblast, but there is a role for it to be Focus Blast instead. Why would it click counter? I don't think it would ever click counter, right? Let me see the AI for counter. If player mon can KO, if the target can KO AI mon is sturdy. I feel like it would never click counter there because I don't have any physical moves. If I were to be reduced to minus, not you. I were to be reduced to -1 by -1. Sludge Bomb is a 3-hit KO still, so I'm not even afraid of like Moonblast crits. He needs to crit me 3 times basically. It's a little bit risky. To have anything to mitigate that risk, basically. Not really. I'm trying to see, like, none of my sand resists are. Raichu would not do anything. Talon does kind of wall, so Talon is already in and of itself a help there. So yeah, I think it's just these 5 that do the trick. And the only change I could make is like bring Pyroar instead of Leavanny, but to KO the Leavanny, but like, does that really matter? As a matter of fact, it does. In fact, you want it to be Talonflame for the very simple reason that it baits a fast skill from Pyroar, and Pyroar would click... It would probably click Retaliate or Body Slam then, right? Still? Because at if I'd be at full HP, it would. If I take like a crit Leaf Blade, it's the rule between... Even if I don't see a crit Leaf Blade, you know, it needs to be Talonflame. It just needs to be Talonflame. So there's no reason to bring anything else. The closest to a maybe would be Orbeetle, because Struggle Bug, I wager. But even that is not like a good choice. But it's like the closest to a choice. It's either that or Ursuing Arcanine. I think I'll bring Hamilton. Because Hamilton, at the very least, can take, like, a Focus Blast if things go awry. But 99 out of 100 times, it should be fine with just these 5. I think I'm ready. Let's get the team. That would be... Janine, who I do still need to level, over Brassius. And that's it, no? No, I forgot I need to bring Grant over Candace. Also quickly grab the items. And attach the items where needed. Viola doesn't need one. Ramos needs... doesn't need an item either. Doesn't need an item either. I could give it like Soft Sand, but it's not necessary. Faulkner would need the Chesto. Hamilton is the backup. Janine. I'll give the Poison Barb as a little bit of insurance. And everyone else doesn't quite need an item. I'll give Ramos a Oran, though it shouldn't need it. No, I don't even need to do that. I'm not going to do that. Alright. Let me stock up on, like, Awakenings. Get like a few extra Paralyze heals, and a few extra antidotes. And I'll get like a few super potions, I guess. Here we go. I can't pre-poison here, so I'll need to walk back. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Real quick. There we go. And now we are going to poison Ramos, and only Ramos. There was an argument that I could like poison Faulkner there, I guess, to guarantee no Grass Whistle, but honestly I don't mind seeing it. I need to survive for 2 turns anyway. And it makes it a little bit more useful after I get through the what's it called again? Why can't I think of the name? After the Leavanny, right? Okay, so here is our Sandstorm. Here is our first trainer. I took 20 damage, so I can easily potion that. There we go. Oh, it's not even... Oh, good to know. Whatever. So this is the team. I need to level up Janine still, but let's go quickly and do that real quick. That's over here. Janine is gonna get Energy Ball here. And I think this is where we say goodbye to Poison Powder. Either Poison Powder or Giga Drain. I think having the opportunity, the ability to use Poison Powder would be good, but I think the point at which I would want to use this is, I believe Amoonguss gets toxic. Yeah, the next split basically gets toxic, so I'll get rid of Poison Powder for now. Because I will want to use Toxic and maybe Spore in due time, but for now this is fine. 48, and now everyone is 48. Let's go and get through this. It is Faulkner lead. Faulkner will 1v1, and then from there I'll show it as it goes. We're ready to go. Let's fight. Don't know where you're going, but would you like to battle? Sure. Let's battle. Picnicker Irene. There's Leavanny. It has Leaf Blade, X Scissor, Grass Whistle, and Flail. And basically, it's most likely to see Grass Whistle as the move to click. Or, no, not Grass Whistle, Leaf Blade instead. But it could click Grass Whistle. I don't really care. I outspeed, and I heavily damage with Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace, not Acrobatics, because it's holding a Chesto Berry. In case of Grass Whistle here. Perfect. Honestly, optimal outcome even though I lose a Chesto. Because that means Faulkner's at full damage from here on out. And Leavanny, even though it's technically should be hit by the Sandstorm, it has Overcoat, so it won't be. You'll see a lot of these shenanigans once we get through Route 111 here. And another Aerial Ace for kills. Perfect. And I'm basically at full HP. That means Stoutland will click one move and one move only. The Stoutland is the one that comes in because it sees a fast kill with Retaliate. And to take the Retaliate, we brought Grant. Grant is not scared of the Retaliate. It takes a fair bit, but not like something that I'm worried about too much. And this baits Stomping Tantrum. Guess what? We've got Viola to take that, and Intimidate it. Intimidate number 1. This is not going to be the only Intimidate you'll see. Stomping Tantrum. Sandstorm Chip, yeah. That little bit of chip is not going to be the difference maker. Now with Stoutland -1, it's going to always click Body Slam. Maybe Retaliate. Doesn't really matter. It's one of those two moves. It's a normal move in any case. And guess what? Grant can take it on a normal move. The crit is annoying, but not altogether worrisome. Because at -1, only Stomping Tantrum here will see a max damage. And guess what? Viola comes in on that again. Am I doing that right? Yeah, I'm doing that right. Viola comes in on that again. -2. This will be the last one you see. From here, I don't need any more. Stomping Tantrum. And another Sandstorm Chip. And once again, this baits Body Slam or Retaliate. I believe at this point it's guaranteed Body Slam. Nope. It's either or. Doesn't quite matter. Grant can still take one. Even on a crit, Body Slam is not dealing enough damage here. Perfect. No hacks either. But this is not where we care about it. This is not a stomping tantrum. And unlike before, we're going to switch into Ramos. You see that it's pre-poisoned. I'll explain it in a little bit. This is stomping tantrum, which deals like 8 or 9 HP. 9. Okay, fine, whatever. The reason Ramos is poisoned here is to make sure that I don't get paralyzed by Body Slam. You can ask, why not use Cherry Berry instead? Well, I have to take 2 Body Slams, and this guarantees my safety, whereas Cherry Berry would not. Earthquake here is a 2-hit KO anyway. I need exactly 2 Intimidate to ensure I live 3 ticks of poison, a Stomping Tantrum, and 2 Body Slams. Because the combined damage of that will not be enough to KO Ramos. And 1 final Earthquake for the road. See, I'm at 44, I'll be at 24 of the poison tick, and I'm good. So far, so great. And finally, we have the Clefable. HP. With me being this low, it's basically random between Moonblast and Focus Blast. We're gonna hope for Focus Blast, but we don't really care which we see. For the most part. This is the shakiest part of the line. This is, oh, a Focus Miss. Beautiful. Now with a Poison Barb, Sludge Bomb will deal hefty damage, even if it's at -1. There's the -1. It will hurt a lot. Exactly. It deals well over half. And even through his leftovers, as long as I don't get another special attack drop, I will kill here. If it does happen, I've got like a bunch of mons in the back to help out. Sludge Bomb. Please don't do it again. Just make it easy for me. Perfect. Easy fight, easy game. There goes the Fable, and that gives us access to the sand. I am disgustingly good at it, apparently. See, now we can get into the full-on desert. Before that, though, we're going to quickly head back. Heal up real quick. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at our next encounter. Encounter. So we can now actually get one. As you can see, we've got Vibrava, Donphan, Drillbur, Onyx, Boldor, Dwebble, Maractus, Trapinch, Crocorock, Crocodile, and Excadrill. Bunch of good shit. Some very bad. Maractus I would prefer not to get. I would really, really love Crocodile or Excadrill. Those two in particular are incredible. Donphan would be pretty good as well. Vibrava would be perfectly fine. Trapinch as well. Just no Maractus. That's really all it is. Dwebble would also not be good. Boulder and Onyx I would also prefer not to have, but I can probably make Onyx work. I believe I already have access to the Metal Code. I don't know for sure. We'll see. For now, though, I'm gonna bring like the best catching squad, right? And the best catching squad will be, first off, Berg, because Berg is Compound Ice, meaning I have a higher chance of getting held items. I don't know if any of these have held items, but, you know, best to check. Best to see in practice, right? Actually, I can see that now, because I can use the dex. Vibrava hasn't one, Donphan doesn't have one, Drillbur doesn't have one, Onyx, no, Boldor can have an Everstone or a Heartstone. The second Heartstone could be good. Webble. Dwebble can also have a Heartstone. Maractus can have a Miracle Seed. Okay, sure. Trapinch probably is nothing. Oh, Trapinch can have a Soft Sand, actually. Rock can have Black Glasses, and Crocodile can definitely have Black Glasses, and Excadrill doesn't have anything. Okay, so all in all, a bunch of type boosting items and maybe an Everstone. So there's some good shit, bunch of not so good shit. But in any case, enough of a reason to have Berg lead the pack. And then I'm best off just kind of getting rock and ground resists, and that basically means getting the grass squad in here. And I could maybe look into like paralysis and stuff, but everything is a ground type basically, so it's not really worth it. And Flannery is kind of unsafe. I'll bring Nana actually. Nana is also able to help out because of the fact that it has a Yawn. And that should be everyone for now. Let's go and take a look at what we can get. I could also technically break the rock here, but like for a random encounter, but like it's infinitely worse, basically. So we're gonna take a look in the sand. I'm also gonna look if I have any items available. Okay, there's the next trainer. So we're just gonna turn off the repel, check that we have the right lead. Berg, okay. Anything but Maractus, basically, right? I'd prefer to see like Crocodile Excadrill, one of those evolutionary lines. So show me it, please. What are we getting? Crocorock! Yes, please! And Crocorock has Intimidate, which is also very nice. And it's an instant evolution into Crocodile. So, all in all, perfect. Crocorock at 32 will have Crunch, Stomping Tantrum, Scary Face, Payback. Just in case, I might need to look at what Nana... Actually, no, I can just kind of switch in Brassius and be fine. Right? Yeah, that's fine. A little less fine, but still fine. The only move I'm kind of hung up on losing would be like Bulldoze, I guess. But whatever. Let's go and take a stab at the catching part. I'm gonna just throw out a Great Ball, see if that does anything, and if not, I'll like do something. Yeah, okay, I figured. Okay, for my sake, I'm gonna quickly take a look at the damage calculator. Nana at 42. Stomping Tantrum on a crit does not really do much to me. I should be able to switch him in just fine. Switch Nana in just fine. Just Scary Face, I guess. That's fine too. Yeah, now Stomping Tantrum wouldn't be a kill. And I can kind of yawn safely. So long as I'm above, like, half HP, I'm good. So I can Super Fang here as well. Perfect. That should make the catch pretty easy, I hope. Super Fang it. Take one more move. Payback's perfect. That's honestly a better outcome. Sandstorm Chip. Gives me like still above half HP, but a little lower. Exactly, and now it's asleep. Getting the ball. 1, 2, 3. Nice! Nana has been replaced, because that's, in practice, what's going to be happening here. Still, Krokorok is beautiful, and it is a male, that means this has to just be Clay. I've not given anything the name Clay yet, this is Clay. Repel back on, and we're gonna run back and take a look at Clay. Krokorok is such a good get there. Genuinely. Let's see. No held item, unfortunate, but let's go. Gentle nature? I don't remember what that is. Minus defense plus special defense. Okay, whatever. And IV-wise, pretty good. The defenses are a little lacking, but honestly, content. Very content. Let me quickly tick off the Krokorok there. Because that is going to be the next encounter is probably Mirage Tower. And I'll take a look at that at a later point. I'm not quite sure what I would want, but first glance, probably floor 2 or 4. But I don't quite know yet. Like, I'm pretty good when it comes to like rock ground types and shit. So the first floor is not that interesting. The second and the third floor isn't too interesting either. We'll see. I'll see in due time. I'm not gonna worry about that quite yet. For now, it's time to go and take a look at the next fight, which is Camper Travis. Let me show it off. Camper Travis. There we have it. And Camper Travis has the Crustle, Sigilif, and Piloswine. Let's go take a look. The Crustle in particular, the Sandstorm boost is very annoying, I guess. But I think I know a way around it already. Like, first glance, Caracosta would probably be fine here. I Rock Slide and I Aqua Jet and I can KO, and I'm not afraid of a Shell smashing me. The one issue is that in giving it that, maybe I can give it Mystic. We don't have Mystic Water, right? But I do have Muscle Band. Yeah, okay, this is easy. Caracosta 1v1s with Rock Slide and Aqua Jet. I could maybe... I was gonna say maybe do the same with Dreadnought, but not really. Caracosta kind of does it better for the very simple reason it has priority. Okay. So, Caracosta is gonna be the lead. That should bait Sigilif clicking Energy Ball, maybe Psychic if I get crit, but basically Energy Ball. Looking at it, Arcanine and Sui can take both, and Oko with Rock Slide. Maybe give it a Heartstone to be safe, but... yeah, give a Heartstone to be safe, but yeah. Then finally we got the Piloswine, who will click Earthquake on me. My first instinct would be to go to Talon, but that doesn't quite help me, so maybe like a Masquerain, some Masquerade shuffling. Pre-damage it slightly to bait Icicle Spear. More than slightly, probably. Probably, yeah. Because of the fact that Masquerade basically only has to come in on Earthquakes, as long as I can guarantee it's not Icicle Spear, which I should be able to do decently well, I can just kind of put Masquerade at half HP and keep it going from there, maybe a little lower. I take like Sandstorm Chip once, so I'd be at like 43. Yeah. Baiting Icicle Spear, and I can take another with like one of these two. My eventual idea would be to bring in Dreadnought on an Icicle Spear. Liquidation, liquidation. That's like my general idea there. Maybe, because I gave this the Muscle Band, but I didn't need to do that. I could also give it the Heartstone and have the same effect. I don't have a Mystic Water yet, so I could give it this Muscle Band. That doesn't remove the ability for him to curse. It's the annoying thing. But if he curses once, I mean, it means I have an extra turn and I can Liquidation for 3 hit KO instead. I'd basically deal one of like 86, so I'd have him at 72. That means he either clicks Rest or Earthquake. He'd be at like -1, +1, something like that. If I'm like at 100 HP, yeah, so it's basically gonna rest there. But because it doesn't have a Chesto Berry, I would still 3 KO with Liquidation, so... yeah, it's these 3 just do it. These 3, not these 3, these 4. I don't even need to look at the Crocodile. Yeah, the only thing I might want to look at is like a... I'll bring Torterra as well to... I know that I need something that can take the Icicle Spear and bait Earthquake, right? That's really it. So I'll also bring, like, Pyroar for that. And, like... I don't know. So to have, like, no overlap. You want there to be as little overlap as possible between those two. I guess Mamo also kind of fits that bill, but I need to be... I have to have Mamo somewhat low to not... have it click Curse on me, and because I prefer to avoid that, you know. Kingdra is not quite the option I want. Raichu's not safe enough. I think it's just these 5 and like pre-damage Masquerade to like half to ensure that it's. I think I know how to do it. And it involves these 5, and everything else should be fine. I'll bring Mamo as like an extra insurance, but that is it. So you can sit this one out, and Grant is gonna come back in, Berg is gonna go, and take a seat on the bench. Clay can go down here for now. Wake is going to be brought along. Nana can sit it out again. Also, still needs to be levels. Let me put these away real quick, just to have... Yeah, just to have that distinction be better. So that's everyone. No, it's not yet. It kind of is, because I don't need the 6th, but I was gonna bring a 6th in Flannery over Janine. Let's grab his item real quick. Did I forget to? Good. So far, so good. We're gonna quickly... I was gonna say look at items, but there's not even any items I need. There are actually, 1 second. It is... I needed to give the muscle band to Wake as a little bit of insurance, and I'll give the Heartstone to Grant. And then we're gonna quickly candy up Flannery. And I am battle ready, by the way. Flannery, you're not gonna miss anything here. He's gonna get double edge, I'm not gonna get double edge. And that's everything. I did forget something actually, because I saw that I have Brassius in the team, and it should not be Brassius, it should be Viola. Okay. Hi there, welcome. Okay. Let's quickly get a bit of poison on my Masquerain. Right there, so we can pre-damage it and whittle it down. And this is gonna take a while, so I'm gonna like grab the bike and just kinda do a bit of speed up. See how much it was. That's enough. Probably a little bit too much actually. But it's fine. I'm gonna put Viola to sleep. I do want to double check if I need to wake it up, because if I don't need to, I don't want to. If he were to be asleep, and at like, what was it? 55. Yeah, it's still gonna Icicle Spear. Hi, yes, I'm doing a run and bun Nuzlocke. I've just gone past the wind straits, so I'm heading to Route 111. You can see the next trainer there at the bottom. And yeah. So far, I've been doing pretty well on this run. And I hope I can keep that up. And for this fight, I should have everything ready, and I'm just gonna go. In general, this should be a decently easy fight. The one issue is if I've pre-damaged my Masquerain a little too much, but I think that's not gonna be relevant. I need to only do like 3 rounds of like Intimidate shuffling, and for that it should be fine. Let's see. Yep, I think I'm good. Did I need a specific item on Hamilton? I did need a specific item on Hamilton, actually, so... No, I don't, because I can I can just finish it off with E-Speed instead. Okay. Grand Flannery Hamilton, let's go. Uh-oh. Okay, for a split second I thought that was gonna be a double battle. Okay. Camper Travis. Leading with the Crustle. We're leading with Caracasa here. Specifically because Rock Slide into Aqua Jet is a kill here against the Crustle. And because Crustle knows that it's going to EQ me, I don't really mind. I can take one. I can even take two if neither crits, but I don't need to. This Rock Slide crits and just kills. Okay, well, make it easy for me, sure. Even if that weren't a crit, I've got like a Heartstone equipped and I can Aqua Jet for the kill. This is Sigilif coming in, of course, and the Sigilif here with my current HP will always click Energy Ball. Hamilton can take that Energy Ball just fine. And even if I were to get Special Defense dropped here, I'm good. The good thing about Hamilton specifically here is that because of the sand, it has a Special Defense boost, of course. And as a result, I can basically take a bunch of hits. I'm gonna Rock Slide here for the kill. While Sigilif Psychics me, that won't do too much either. The higher my HP, the better here, really. So this is honestly pretty good. And that Sigilif down. It was a ranged kill. If it didn't kill, I have extreme speed. Doesn't really matter. Finally, we have the Piloswine here, and this is where we need a little bit more of a finicky plan. But we've made it through. We can do this easily, and it's perfectly safe. Viola comes in on the guaranteed Earthquake here. Viola is pre-damaged, specifically so that it is still seeing... so the Piloswine sees kills with Icicle Spear for quite a while, so it basically doesn't ever curse. That's one Intimidate down. Take the chip. Icicle Spear is gonna come out, and I've got like a bunch of switch-ins for the Icicle Spear. The one I'm gonna use now is... let me double check if that's a good idea. He's now at 73. It's gonna be Hamilton. Hamilton takes the Icicle Spear with aplomb and still guarantees an EQ. What? That is not what... It's because I'm asleep. I know it's because I'm asleep, because I'm incapacitated now. But still, I should have woken it up. I was honestly, it's a bit of laziness on my end, because this should. Let me just check the IDoc document on this, because it should see a slow kill with Icicle Spear, and defensive setup is basically what's happening here. Yeah, okay, it's random between Icicle Spear and Curse. Okay, unfortunate, but not a big deal. We're gonna just do this again once more. And hope this time it doesn't click Curse. It still clicks Curse. Okay, come on! This is annoying at this point. This is gonna Earthquake again. I've got a few more. I can do a few more. I've got the HP down to where I should be able to do a few more. But the defense boosts are very annoying. Hamilton, just Icicle Spear, please. Let me actually. Thank you. get it. This actually gets its attack down because it's right now it's a +2 defense and a -1 attack. And Earthquake still sees a kill, so that's good because I wanted to see a kill still. And now Viola comes in once more on the Earthquake. And hopefully it's not going to curse again, because that means I am still good to go. I'm going to switch in Wake here. On Icicle Spear. Perfect. Earthquake here, it does outdamage me with Earthquake, but I should be fine still. Liquidation here is the highest damaging move. Got a Muscle Band equipped for a little bit of extra damage. Okay, this is starting to become scary, honestly. And the Piloswine is at, let me double check, 60, what is that, 72-ish? Yeah, it's most likely gonna Earthquake me here. I'm still gonna click the Liquidation. It's still clicking Curse. Okay, well, now it's at like 49%. And I am at, oh, I didn't change my HP, I'm at 141. So it's most likely to rest here. If it does, I'm probably gonna switch out after. Just crit, make it easy for me. Okay, well, so I've got 2 turns. And I have a bit of a backup, I think. In the form of, I was gonna say Flannery, but I'm not sure if that actually helps me all that much. It doesn't quite help, but I have a better idea. I'm gonna switch in Grant. Grant has knockoff, and that helps me increase my damage a little bit. So it's 1 sleep turn. That's a knockoff. Alright, 2 sleep turns. And with it now being at +3 with no Eviolite and neutral attack, with me being at 73, it's gonna Earthquake because it sees a kill. So I can protect here safely on the guaranteed Earthquake, I believe. No, it's a slow kill, and Curse will still... I'm not incapacitated though, so I can protect here safely. Earthquake? Earthquake, perfect. I'll probably try and stall out of the Earthquakes, basically, as a bit of a backup. I can go to Viola on the Earthquake. Alright, Intimidate. Now it's back to -1. And it should still see an Icicle Spear kill. And as a result, I think I'm gonna switch Wake back in. take the icicle spear, that's fine. Alright. I'm now at 124. Okay, well, I'm gonna once again liquidation. Okay. Earthquake. So now, okay, now it sees a kill with Earthquake. Which is worrisome, but something I can probably handle. Viola can come in one last time. I really should have woken up Viola, but whatever. I can take one more chip of Sandstorm, right? Or is it two? So if I have two, that's actually good. No, it's one. Okay, well, this is Icicle Spear or Rest. And he's at -2. And therefore the Icicle Spear sees a kill, and he is now at, like, what is that, 60%? Ruler Boy coming on out, it's a little under 60, so like 59. That means he's most likely to rest, actually. No, he's most likely to sell Icicle Spear or Curse. So I'm gonna switch to... I was gonna say Flannery and maybe Flamethrower it, but that doesn't quite work. Okay, well... crap. Should have brought another ground resist, huh? Mammo cannot really do much to it. But if Mammo is at full HP, it is likely to rest. Okay, no, okay, I think I know how to do this. I'm gonna switch in Candace. That they are. Icicle Spear, that's good. I'm now at 158, and that means he is still most likely to rest on me. I'm gonna click... It's gonna be weird to do this, but I'm gonna click Avalanche. Perfect, that's exactly why. Because with that tiny bit of chip I now do, I think... Yeah, okay, I'm gonna just hope that this works. I have 2 turns. Flannery comes in. First turn of sleep. Take a bit of Sandstorm chip, that is fine. We're gonna Flamethrower it. Yes, okay, now we're good. Ooh, okay, we made it out. Despite my little dumb mistake, we made it out. Because Flamethrower now kills. Thankfully. How long have I been streaming for? As in today or in general? I think in general it's been like a little over a month, off and on. At least Run and Bun specifically have been streaming for like a little bit over a month. My Pokemon lost its pep. Well, and today it's been exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes right now, right there. tower made a sound around here somewhere. Okay, there's the next fight. I'm gonna quickly run back and lick my wounds. Here's the heal. But yeah, before today specifically, it's like 4 hours, but in general, I've been streaming Run and Bun since like halfway to late March. I've done like a spare few streams before that, but generally speaking, nothing noteworthy. And for now, yeah, I've been doing this off and on like twice to 3 times a week, depending on how busy I am. And today I had like a lot of time, so yeah. Which games do I mostly play? Right now, just this. I've been streaming like exclusively Run and Bun the past month or so, and after, like when I don't play Run and Bun, it's very dependent on what I want to do. Sometimes I play like Panel to Pawn or Panel Attack. Sometimes I play different Pokemon games. Yeah, it really depends. I've done like a few Tetris Attack speed runs. I've done like streams of like different Pokemon games. I've done Panel Attack tournament streams. I've done Hearthstone streams like way back. So like quite a variety of games to pick from, really. Let's go take a look at the next fight. In the meantime, which is a double battle. Huh, good to know. A lot of variety games. I try to. Well, that's not necessarily true. I basically hyper-focus on one thing, and then do that for a while until that hyper-focus ends, and I'm going to do something different. Okay. So, let's go ahead and take a look here. The Rune Maniac and the Picnicker double battle. On the left side we have Gigalith and Nidoking, and on the right side Maractus and Gastrodon. Basically denying you of any water moves. Ever play horror games? No. That's definitely not my kind of game. I'm trying to think if I've played any, like I've played like Slenderman when it was popular like for a little bit, but that's the extent of what I did. And like streaming it, no, that's not my kind of thing. I'm generally more of the play with friends, a lot of fun. With horror games specifically, I don't think even that is fun. There's a few games that are fun to play with friends, but I don't really have a lot of like streaming specific friends. I've got like a few like online friends and stuff that do play games as well, but no one that's like specifically in the streaming scene or whatever. So yeah. It's not that I don't necessarily want to, but like just play games with other streamers or whatever, more so that I just don't have the connections to do so. Anyway, for now I'm just kind of hyper-focused on playing Run and Bun and trying to see how far I can get with this run. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. Let me take a look at what I can do there. It's not an option either. Though my first train of thought here basically comes down to, okay, I want to use Caracosta as a bait for like moves. On the Gigalith side, it's like whatever, just put it at like, what is it, 45%, 43%, 58 HP to bait moves, and Maractus is generally attacking it as well, and I protect. It's like the first bit of it, and from there, I want to have something to abuse it and basically get quick KOs on whichever side is probably easier to KO, and that would probably be the right side. Hazel, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Also see, hope to see you around sometime. I think the next stream for this week is probably gonna be Saturday. I'm not quite sure yet. It depends a bit on my schedule. Tomorrow is not that good. Friday I definitely can't do. So yeah, probably Saturday is gonna be the next stream. And also, if you're interested in what I do here, I also post a few videos which are basically stream summaries of these. It's a little behind, a lot behind. It's basically in my previous main attempt, and that ended, I want to say, like 3 weeks ago already. So, nevertheless, still fun to watch if you enjoyed this kind of thing and want to see like a novice get through this game. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I was looking at like how to combat this. My first instinct is generally like get rid of the right side first. Because I can definitely bait specific moves. But the Mon that can take them the best is also the Mon that I probably want to lead with, right? And in the same vein, the Mon that I can actually get the KO with on Aractus is probably going to be baiting mood. Like, yeah. That in and of itself is also going to be baiting kills. Then the alternative is, can I maybe get a 2-for-1 in one turn? 79. Torterra can take whatever Maractus does, and which Pokemon is my favorite? My favorite has always been Machamp from like when I was young. Machamp or Groudon, like one of those two, because those two are just like my childhood favorites. A recent addition to that has been Totodile. I think those three comprise my top 3. It's definitely 3 of my like very different Mons, respectively, but they all have like a bit of a different story to them. Groudon just, I like it, it's cool. Very plain story. Machamp has been like my favorite because of my first playthrough where it was just kind of the protagonist of my team, the strongest member of my team, and therefore became my favorite. And Totodile I've got like a lot of recent history with, and I'll not get into that too much, but the gist of it is I made like some puzzle scavenger hunty things that where Totodile has been basically the main character or the protagonist, and as a result it kind of became my favorite by proxy from that. It's also, I'm pretty active in Pokemon Showdown specifically, where my avatar has a Totodile representing like my favorite Pokemon basically, and that definitely elevates it. So yeah, long story short, top 3 probably not in order: Machamp, Groudon, and Totodile. What about yours? If we're talking about this anyway, I'm curious what you two's favorites are. If any, of course. Appreciate it. So, am I able to get like a double kill? That was the idea, right? That I had after. Torterra is not able to, like, get the Oko on... I don't think anything can quite do that. Maybe with some support from, like... Game music is too loud, okay? Sorry about that. I'll put it down a bit. Let's put it at like 60%. Is that better? I hope that's better, because like, it's hard to hear the balance, and usually it's... On my end, it seems fine, but yeah, I can't quite tell, of course. It's better. Okay, good to hear. Yeah, that's like the growing pains, of course, because you can't quite tell, you know? On my end, it sounds just fine, but yeah, that's on my end, and I don't know how that is on your end, so apologies. So, yeah. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was gonna see if I could get, like, a double kill that help, where I can get, like, both Mons down at the same time, but probably would want to do that with, like, some spread damage, and I don't have the spread damage to do that. So maybe instead I can do, like, some move baiting. That might then be the next best option. And I do have, like, something like Masquerade to bait double rock move. Yeah, that honestly kind of works. And then Torterra can just kind of deal hefty damage to Gigalith. Seed Bomb. I can probably switching Caracosta on Stone Edge Weather Ball. No, I cannot. So Rock Resist instead, maybe Gloom? Combination of Weather Ball and Stone Edge if they both crit. 57 and 45, that's too much. What do I do besides streaming? I mean, I work besides streaming, of course. A little bit low on work right now, a little bit sort of between jobs-ish. So it's a long story, I'll spare you the details. Get the cracking out of the way, get with old chairs. Anyway, besides, so I'm a little bit between jobs. I used to, like, work in road design, and I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do after this, but, like, I'm sort of between tasks, I think is the best way to describe it. So that's kind of what I do on my work days, and beyond that, like, I do sports, I've got, like, other hobbies. I edit videos, because I also upload a few videos, you know? So, yeah. It's a bit of a weird situation right now, but yeah, it's a fun thing for me to do. This is a fun thing for me to do, like, basically on the side. What was I thinking? Oh, yeah. So I bait the rock moves. And baiting the rock moves, I'm like taking the rock moves. The best mon I have for that would be... Don't really have many rock resists, huh? Oh, wait, no, there is a really good one there, actually. It's Clay. I just haven't exported him yet. Made an export with Clay included yet. Do you have any customized panels yet? I've not really bothered working on that. I should maybe do that, but I'm not that good at, like, custom designs and stuff like that, so I've never really worked on making any of that. As a result, yeah, I just kind of use the standard things and never really bothered working on customizing it too much. Honestly, it may be something I should do, but yeah. Because of the nature of this kind of stream, I don't know if it's actually too worth it to... I don't know how valuable it is to do. Is kind of the main thing, I guess. Custom artwork for streaming and do paid commissions. Ah, okay. I'll think about it. I'm not quite sure how, if there's some, like, I don't really have, like, a design in mind for, like, my stream elements or whatever, so I'm not quite sure what I would want, but I'll definitely keep this in mind, so thank you. Where was I? Oh, yeah. I get... Okay, I now know the moves. Okay, that was the main thing I wanted to look at. It is... Rock Slide. High horsepower. Maybe I should get rid of Sonic Tantrum for that instead. I'll maybe do that in due time. For now, I'd also get... Is it Foul Play? Foul Play. Foul Play. Reason made some panels. Can I show you if you don't mind? I mean, sure. I don't mind. I'm fine with you. Like, I'm not quite sure what you want to send them, I guess. I don't know what the most useful way to get those my way would be, but sure, I'd be down to look. Like, I am on Discord, same username, so if you can find me, I'm in, like, the Run and Bun Discord as well, if you're in that, or, what's another one, the Smoke On Discord. But, yeah, same username, so you basically know that should be the easiest ways to find me. Do I actually... That reminds me, do I have that linked on my Twitch? If not, I should. Let's see. Social links. Oh no, you can't link a Discord. Okay, well, never mind then. Well, alright. Group code dial. Friend request. Alright. I'll see that happen in due time. I'm probably, because of the fact that I'm streaming, I probably won't see it for a while, but I'll take a look in a bit. Thank you. I forgot to get rid of Rock Slide. Oops, I had to get back Rock Slide there. I could switch in Crook on the rock moves. I can take that pretty well. And it baits Energy Ball and Body Press, which I can bring back Masquerain for. Right? Take a Stone Edge. And a Weather Ball, and I'm not, like, even with 2 crits. 26.5, so 43 and 55. Oh, that is close. Let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah. Problem is mostly like if I get like double crit or whatever, I'd actually be in a little bit of trouble. Unless I use something else that doesn't quite bait moves. I can instead just do a bit of an Oko somewhere. Problem is I don't quite have something that does that, so... I think all things considered, this is kind of a good line then. Because of the fact that -1. You should click like... Oh, it can click Rock Slide too. Oh, that's actually not a big deal. Is it? No, it's not. It will be Weather Ball there. Crook can come in. Puts another Intimidate up. Baits Energy Ball. It might bait a random move, but... because of the Weather Ball and the Stone Edge, I should generally speaking be 50%-ish. With crits I could even be at like 1, but I should basically never see Santum. I should always see Body Press on that end, but that is going to be KO'd. And I'll see a random move by Miraxis if it's too low, and if it's not low enough, if I'm not, then I should see Energy Ball basically every time. What's the best switch in? Well, if I know it's Energy Ball, it's definitely Masquerain. If it's a random move between the others, it isn't quite that. It might be... Amoonguss then, I guess? Then in would come the Nidoking. If it's Amoonguss specifically, if I manage to switch in Masquerain, Masquerain would bait kills. With Thunderbolt or Flamethrower, that's the issue though. Thunderbolt or Flamethrower. Guess then my switch in would be Mamo. No, 'cause I can't quite take both. I also kind of lost all my Fake Out support except for Raichu. But that might actually give me an out. That might give me an out. 1 second. I can lead Raichu in, like... Talon? Or something? Masquerain works too. And I outspeed with either. Probably Masquerain then. To bait whatever move, like to bait a bunch of moves. And then I fake out the Gigalith. And considering it's a -1 then, it will always see Stone Edge there, but it will see a kill on the Masquerain instead. But that's not relevant quite yet, because I fake it out first turn and I KO the Miraxis with Bug Buzz. In comes Gastrodon on that side, who will click. If I make sure that it's low enough, I can guarantee an Ice Beam. Yeah, I can guarantee an Ice Beam by giving Masquerain a tiny bit of chip. So I'd have to take Ice and a Rock move. And the best answer for that would be Caracosta, probably. Yeah, probably. And because it's -1 and I've taken like Stone Edge Chip and an Ice Beam, then I will definitely bait the Earth Power. I might not bait the Body Press though. If I chip it a little bit, I should be able to, but I cannot afford that too much with the crits, right? Ice Beam crit doesn't really matter. At most, I take 24 and 77. Yeah, so I can't quite do that. I cannot have it. I need to make sure that I live, and that means I need to take the Stone Edge. The alternative. Oh, because the first turn out, it will never Spiky Shield? Is that true? If it's AI Mons, first turn out, it's not a double battle. Yeah, but it's not a double, it's double battle, so that's not true. So it's just a... This is not... It can definitely Spiky Shield. It's double battle and... yeah. So that's not quite the option I'd be looking for. And it doesn't quite change anything compared to using Masquerain. Only change is that I would definitely get Stone Edge and not just Rock Slide. Pyroar maybe instead. Pre-damaged Pyroar would like to have like Weather Ball kill, would guarantee a KO. But then it will be Muddy Water or Earth Power, and I cannot guarantee that it's one or the other. How about Talonflame? It does guarantee Weather Ball, but I still see either Rock Slide or Stone Edge, and besides, it would bait Muddy Water, and I don't want to see Muddy Water. Use Orbeetle instead and Bug Buzz with a Silver Powder. And if I pre-damage to like 60%, that does kind of bait a move, but that also means I bait Rock Slide or Stone Edge after, because I'm not at -1, because it's not at -1. So that doesn't help either. And Amoonguss is too slow. So I cannot do anything, I cannot use Amoonguss there. Yeah, all in all, okay. I think it's time to start writing. Lead, Raichu, A, and I say I have to lead Raichu Alola, but the Caracosta line is still active. It's still not, like, something I'm unable to do. Because I can still bait moves with Caracosta and work on the kill with Breloom. Or Torterra, basically. Breloom is probably the best bet. Though it does bait flamethrower or poison jab after, whereas with Torterra, I don't quite know what I bait. Torterra probably is the safest there. Especially because it's an Earthquake, right? So I can kind of do some chip against the Miraculous as well. I can make sure it's in range of exactly Stone Edge, and only I cannot guarantee it's only Stone Edge. I can, but it doesn't matter. I only need to guarantee that I'm in Energy Ball range, and that I always am outside of Weather Ball range. So these two lead Tort and Costa. Tort EQs. Okay, turn 1. Costa. Costa pre-damage to what did it need to be again? $58. He's at exactly 58. It's a random move between Body Press and Stone Edge, but it's guaranteed one of those. And it's guaranteed directed at that slot and not into Torterra. Granted, does that really matter? I prefer to not see it, basically. So, yeah, it does matter. So, Tort EQs, Costa protects, both target Costa. That's turn 1. Turn 2, Tort EQs, kills. Do I EQ or do I... Tort Seed Bombs, kills Gigalith. If EQ is in range, I'd play EQ there, but basically this. Switches to probably Masquerain, right? Masquerain or Talonflame. To kind of like bait moves. Problem is with I think I'd prefer Talonflame for the very simple reason that I'm guaranteed to see Thunderbolt. And then also Weather Ball. So I can kind of switch in a ground type and be fine. I think that's probably the best. And if I have an outspeeding ground type for... I was hoping that Crook would outspeed, but it doesn't. The alternative would be Breloom, I guess. Taking a Thunderbolt and a Weather Ball, that is a bit much, and if both crit, I'd be in trouble. Not to mention that Torterra Seed Bomb doesn't quite do the trick, and I'd prefer to be able to click Earthquake. So maybe I need to do a little bit different. There is a better way then. Is there not? No, there isn't, because I see Energy Ball and Stone Edge. Maybe using Karuk instead, because if I lead with Karuk instead, Energy Ball does not see a kill, so if he is at full HP, that is safe. And by intimidating Karakon, I can instead guarantee that he clicks Body Press by having it be at 56. Because if he's at 56 exactly at -1 attack, I'm guaranteed to see body press. So I can do different pivots. Specifically, I can pivot in Masquerain. Yeah, I think that might actually be better. I think that works better. Yeah, okay. Knock cost of pre-damage to 56 and Krook. That's the lead. And Krook should, what was it again? High horsepowers, cost of protects, or switches out, I don't quite know yet. But Krook will heavily damage Gigalith. And because neither sees a kill on it and it does see a kill on Costa, it will never target the Crocodile, and therefore I can click it freely. I could switch in Masquerain that turn or the turn after. I don't quite know which of the two is preferable yet. I need to look at the damage ranges for that. In any case, Krook then turn 2. Because of high horsepower's damage, I do probably need to... Yeah, high horsepower for kill. Costa switches to Mask. And in switching to Mask, I still bait 2 killing moves in Thunderbolt or Flamethrower and Weather Ball. So I need something that can take all 3 of those, preferably. Torterra is probably the best bet, because it can still take Flamethrower and Weather Ball and be fine. And if it's Thunderbolt, it's still fine. Because I can just kind of... In doing so, I bait, and I can guarantee an Energy Ball bait. Weather Ball and Thunderbolt, Flamethrower. I cannot quite do that, because of the fact that I... don't quite bait whatever move. I can't guarantee Maractus will then target Torterra. But that should not be too big an issue, because I can just kind of switch from there. On one slot I can bring in Masquerain. On this slot I can bring in Masquerain, who kind of sees a kill already itself. And if you were to target the Maractus, I can just kind of bring something in that can take the Energy Ball. Something like Arcanine, or probably in practice the Amoonguss, because this outspeeds an Okos with Bug Buzz. And I'd have to take like 1 Energy Ball, and then the HP Fire is not relevant. Then in comes the Gastrodon, and I would have to... I don't quite have a handle on how to take him out yet. I think the in practice means he kind of clicks Ice Beam into Masquerain, but it is possible it also clicks it into Amoonguss, and that would be troublesome. And 98, so 123, meaning he would be at 41. So Maractus sees Energy Ball or HP Fire, in fact. Okay. If I can put him at 51. No, I cannot put him outside of that range, basically. So do I have an alternative on move taking there? Maybe Mamo? Takes a weather ball and a flamethrower. No, but if both crit, I'd be dead. Or if either crits, I'd probably be dead. So that's not an option either. Mask. In comes Nido. Turn 3, because just to get through this part real quick, it's like Krook 2-hit KOs the Gigalith and guarantees a body press. I can maybe do something there, from there. I need to look at the specifics, but in any case, that's the first few turns. High horsepower kills Nido. And I want everything to target the opposite slot, really. And, like, have it be fine. Is there a way... Because I have to keep him at 56, and a Weather Ball crit deals 58 at most. So that is an issue, because I need it to be at 56. That is 42%, so I can't quite do anything about that either. What time is it? It's 3:30. Okay, well, I've got like 2 more hours or so then. To know. I could also... Oh, that might do something. I could bring in Masquerain the first turn instead, take the body press and the energy ball, and then get the KO on Maractus alongside the Gigalith kill. Would bait in both Gastrodon and Nidoking. And I'd be taking 20% minimum to 26% maximum. So if I can make sure that I'm in Ice Beam range, I can basically guarantee that I see Thunderbolt or Flamethrower and Ice Beam. But that is a combination of moves you don't want to do. There is an alternative there maybe in using Talonflame instead. Because Talonflame can also kind of take the energy ball alright, take the body press perfectly fine, and I'd get in range for Muddy Water. That's the issue. Because I cannot have Krook take the... Oh, it can barely take it, actually. So that's fine. It's probably alright then. Problem is, I probably bait Thunderbolt, right? I mean, Thunderbolt. I also bait Poison Jab, most likely. If I'm at full 12 and 16, so 28 at worst, at best. I mean, I'd always bait Muddy Water at that point. Almost always. But even if I were to see Krook getting hit by Ice Beam, that's fine. So I only really need to bait the Thunderbolt on that end. So I don't get hit by Nidoking on Crocodile end, Crocodile side. So that kind of works. And I can kind of switch in... I can probably switch in Torterra at that point. I need to double check that though. This one. You see Gastrodon. What was I thinking? Oh wait, I need to see the energy ball plus the body press. Even if I crit, I'd take like 40... 71 on it. So I'd be at 66, 48%. So I'm outside of Ice Beam range every time, but I could be in Poison Jab range. And that is something I prefer not to take with Nidoking. Or with Torterra. Combine with the Muddy Water. That would still be fine, honestly. And I KO the Nidoking at that point, and then it's just the Gastrodon, and it's gonna click an Ice move on either. Or maybe Muddy... No, it's clicking random move on Krook, or an Ice move on Tort. So, Tort could... But that doesn't matter, as long as I don't see... If I don't have my accuracy dropped, I can just kind of KO it at that point, because both outspeed and combine to KO. If that's not the case, I could switch in... like, Loom on the left side. No, because I can see Ice Beam, so I can't quite do that. Okay. So I don't want to actually KO the Miraculous at that point then. I think. I will see Weather Ball. It should see a Weather Ball kill. And therefore click that. And my switch in for Weather Ball would be... Torterra is probably good, but... at that point I'm not baiting any moves anymore. Or am I? Maybe I am. If I put him at exactly 21 plus... No, it would need to be at, what is that, 47.5, and that means he is outside of Poison Jab range, but... No, he would be in Poison Jab range afterwards because of Energy Ball. Yeah, so I'd see Poison or Fire move, an Energy Ball on his end, with potentially even HP Fire. Granted, that is not the biggest deal. Grass, Fire. And a Poison move. Maybe Kingdra then? You can take the Poison Jab. Alright. Nope. Nope. Kingdra is not an option there. Is it Poison, Fire, and maybe Grass, right? Oh, wait, yeah, no, that's it. That's it. Arcanine can come in then. Because he can take the Poison Jab, or the Flamethrower, and the Energy Ball, or the HP Fire. That's the one. I think I found it. So then Arcanine comes in, after Torterra takes it, and in that turn, the Nidoking is going down via Krook. And Arcanine will kill with Flamethrower the turn after. So I should be safe to switch in. Yeah, okay, I think I know it. Okay, let's go through this. Just to confirm. Sorry about that. Turn 1, Krook, high horsepowers, and I either protect, but I think I switch to Talon. That's the one. On body press plus, you say correctly, body press and energy ball. Sorry, that's it. Both target Caracosta and therefore it can take it just fine. By taking that damage, I bait Weather Ball. And Krook doesn't high horsepower, he foul plays, I think. If I give it the soft sand, I crunch. Yeah, no, I crunch. The reason I crunch and not high horsepower is because I don't want to kill him in one turn. Then Krook high horsepower and kills him. Gigalith. Talon switches to Tort at, what was the HP I needed again? 57, 21 to 78. Then Nidoking comes in after second turn. Nidoking will see a kill with Poison Jab or Flamethrower, and Maractus will see a kill with HP Fire or Energy Ball. His Hisuian Arcanine can take all of those, even with crits, even with the Poison Tick. If he were to be poisoned at 37, he'd be 61. And Energy Ball would be 67, so 128. Yeah, so I'm fine from there, and I'll give it a Pecha to be safe. So not even the poison is going to be an issue. That same turn, switch to Hisuian Arcanine on Flamethrower, Poison Jab. And HP Fire, Energy Ball. Our horsepower kills Nidoking, it's a guaranteed kill. And from there, turn 4, Arc, Okos, Maractus. And I switch Krook to Torterra. And in comes Gastro, C-Bomb plus, to check it, C-Bomb deals like 80% minimum, and E-Speed is a kill then. C-Bomb plus E-Speed kills. I think I've got a full line now, so I think I'm ready for the battle. I want to go through it one more time to make sure I didn't miss anything. If I lead with Costa and Crook, Crook will, if I make sure that Costa is pre-damaged to 56, that means the only move I will see on Costa at 56 is Body Press, because that's the highest damaging and guaranteed killing move, and Gigalith will always start Caracosta. Yes. In the same vein, Maractus sees a kill with Energy Ball and Energy Ball only. It does not see one on Crocodile, and neither does Gigalith see a kill on Crocodile, so Crocodile's safe to click whatever, which is Crunch in that situation. I also need to make sure that he has a Soft Sand. Right, because with Soft Sand, yeah, 80% minimum. Alright. Then, that turn, I switch to Talonflame on the Body Press and the Weather Ball, the Energy Ball, and I'd be at, like, fine health. That's turn 1. Turn 2. The Maractus sees a kill with Weather Ball, and Weather Ball only. I switch to Torterra on the Weather Ball, and Crocodile outspeeds and kills the Gigalith at that point. Maractus still does not see a kill to Crocodile, so will always target the Talonflame with Weather Ball. Yes, that's correct. Then, in would come the Nidoking. Nidoking will not see a kill on Crocodile, and Maractus will still not see a kill on Crocodile either. Torterra is in, and he will be at exactly, at minimum, what is it again? 57 HP. So, Nidoking is going to click either Flamethrower or Poison Jab. Slightly favored for Flamethrower, it doesn't really matter. Maractus is going to click probably Energy Ball, maybe HP Fire. They both do not see a kill into Crocodile. Correct. I switch to Hisuian Arcanine, who is at full HP, can take the Poison Jab, can take the Flamethrower, can take the Energy Ball, can take the HP Fire. And even if everything crits and there's a Poison and a Special Defense drop, all of it doesn't matter. Yes, Crocodile is guaranteed to KO Nidoking. And that's done. That's the left side gone. Then, Hisuian Arcanine is gonna kill the Maractus Flamethrower, while Crocodile switches into Torterra. Even if he Spiky Shields on that turn, I still have Flamethrower available the next turn, and I outspeed and still kill. So far, so good. Finally, in comes the Gastrodon. Torterra would have been switched in. Seed Bomb plus Extreme Speed from the Arcanine or Crunch, doesn't really matter. Kills, and both outspeed, so there's no risk there. Okay, I have a safe line. Perfect line. Then we are battle ready, and let's get this going. I think this is the first time where I'm like, okay, this was fun to, like, really fun to build, and I see a solution that's, like, fully solid. Let's see, it's Torterra that I need to bring, and Faulkner. I will take your Muscle Band. I will take your Heartstone. I will give you the Soft Sand. And nothing else. Oh yeah, no, and you need a Petcha. So this is the way to ensure nothing goes wrong. Did I need to pre-damage Talonflame? No, I did not. Okay. Then it's time to go back to Mauville. Get the damage flowing. I don't need that encounter table there. We're gonna apply a bit of poison to Ramos. And to Grant. Also, quickly grabbing the Everstone for Clay, because he only needs to evolve at 48. Just for moveset completion. We're gonna quickly do a save in case I muck things up. And the same goes for the save state, just in case. And we're gonna quickly level up Clay. He gets a Rock Slide, we're gonna get rid of Scary Face. We're gonna get High Horsepower, we're gonna get rid of Stomping Tantrum. We see Swagger, we're not gonna be using Swagger, that's way too risky. And we're gonna see Foul Play. That's gonna be instead of Payback. And is there anything else I needed to wait for with Krokorok now? No. So I can now remove its Everstone. I'll give it the Soft Sand instead. There we go. And now we're gonna continue leveling. And we're gonna see the next evolution. There we go. And here is the Crocodile. Also, Coolmon. Gen 5 generally has a lot of good designs. Alright, and that's level 48. And now we will be getting everyone's HP down. Let's go. Quickly grab the bike and run back and forth a little bit. Check how far we are now. 79 and 110. Let's see. 65. Okay, I'm gonna run back inside. Let's see. 63, so I need 7 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're gonna put Grant to sleep. And now we're gonna look at Tort, who needs 9 more as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. And we're gonna Awakening, Ramos, and Grant. I'm not gonna take any risks. And that's everything we need to do in terms of prep. So let's get on to this next battle. And here is the rock. And this is the one we just did, and then it's these two. The order I attack them is not really relevant. For now, I just need these 5. Candace is there for moral support. Honestly, it's not going to do anything. Clay and Grant on the leads. Grant is going to be at 56 HP, that is correct. Ramos is 78 HP, that's also correct. Soft Sand, Pecha Berry. Yes, we're ready to go. Let's go. How tough are you? We shall expose that secret. You shouldn't have come to a place like this for a picnic. Yeah, you get sand in your eyes. And everywhere. Alright. Brian and Celia. Here come the Gigalith and the Maractus. We have Clay and Grant here to bait moves. Clay intimidates. Gigalith has clear body. I completely forgot about that. That is annoying. That is a massive deal, actually. That is in fact such a big deal that this line no longer is safe. So I need to steer already. Oh my god, I need to really double check everything. I'm gonna protect here. I should be able to handle it just fine. I'll probably just need to adjust a tiny bit, but I think I'm able to handle this. I'm now going to high horsepower Gigalith. And Grant will see an energy ball only. Faulkner can take that, and what does that bait from the... Okay, I can do this, it's just turn slower. It's fine. Because I will take an energy ball and sand chip. So at worst, I take 18% and I'm still... Okay, no, I'm fine. I'm good. There's no issues here. Faulkner comes in safely. Takes the energy ball, baits, weather ball next turn. And high horsepower kills the Gigalith. Good. Good. Okay. It's a little wonky compared to what I had in mind, but it's fine. Talonflame is now going to be at... Let's go take a look at that damage. Rax is still taking a bit of chip, whatever. Nidoking comes in. And first and foremost, let's look at the HP amount. 109. Okay. At 109 HP, Nidoking is not guaranteed to target Talonflame. But that is fine. Because Maractus is. And if it does target Faulkner, it means it clicks Thunderbolt. And that means Ramos is still a safe switch in. If for some reason the Nidoking does target the... Okay, perfect. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Crisis is gone. That's Nidoking down, and this is a weather ball into Ramos. Perfect. 53 HP. At 53 HP, Torterra guarantees a bait of Energy Ball. And maybe HP Fire. It doesn't quite matter. This is the one tiny adjustment I'll probably need to make. I'm gonna just stall a turn with Clay, and that means I click Rock Slide, I guess. And Ramos switches to Hamilton on that Energy Ball. Or HP Fire. I could do it even a little bit differently, but whatever. I'm gonna stick to the line I had and just do it this way. Rock Slide, if he flinches, whatever, that's good. I don't really care what happens from here. Like, for this turn specifically. Energy Ball, yeah, okay. So Clay was never targeted there. Perfect. Now this turn, Clay might be targeted, but we don't care anymore. Clay is going to switch out to Ramos, and Hamilton KOs with Flamethrower. Perfect. And finally, there's a Gastrodon that comes in after this. First Maractus goes down. Beautiful. Sandstorm. I don't care about the Sandstorm. And Hamilton, or Gastrodon here is going to see a random move that can kill on Hamilton. An Ice Beam on Ramos. We don't care. We outspeed, we Seed Bomb the Gastrodon, and we Crunch the Gastrodon. And that combination is guaranteed to KO. Because even with that Rindo Berry, Seed Bomb at minimum deals 80%, and Crunch deals at minimum 25%. So all in all, it's gone, and this fight was safe. So even though I missed a clear body, it didn't quite matter. It's shrouded in mystery. Okay. Another one down. There's the next one. I'm not gonna do that one quite yet, so let's run back. Can I not? There we go. Quickly get on my bike and go way back to Mauville. Here we are. Get the quick heal in. And in the meantime, we're going to take a look at the next fight. Camper Brandon. Still in the sand. Still somewhat annoying. But I think I know a way to handle it. Before anything else though, I'm gonna get a quick little drink because I can feel my throat becoming a little sore. So I'll be back in a little bit. There we go, that's better. Hi, yeah, I'll take a look after the stream, alright? I want to finish this first and then I'll take a look. I probably have the friend request in. I just figured I want to finish this up first, you know? Okay. So this next fight is against Camper Brandon once again, who has a Skarmory, a Torterra, a Beware, and a Rhyperior. There is one issue. And that is that Skarmory has a red card. As well as Sturdy. So this is going to be a pretty flawed situation. First, let me take a look at like the backline. What can I use against the backline pretty safely? Because of the Sandstorm, I am somewhat poor into the Rhyperior specifically, I guess. Not extremely so, but a little bit. The Beware, there is probably... It is Arcanine Father or Pyro Fodder. The problem is, though, with those two fire types, that Skarmory can kind of crit kill it. I don't quite have like a Mold Breaker or something. The closest to maybe I have is like Raichu Alola with Fake Out to deny him, but red card is a random switch in, right? Because for a random ally, yeah. So I can't guarantee who switches in. I can maybe... Only if I bring, like, 2 Mons, I can kind of guarantee it. And I guess Arcanine and his Sui does kind of maybe do the trick. Or Pyroar might also, but they're not quite there. They're close, but barely aren't. No, and in particular, I can't do anything to the Rhyperior then. So, yeah, no, that's not quite an option. Bringing just like, I don't know, only Kingdra maybe? Or only... I was gonna say Octillery, but Octillery's outsped, so that's not an option either. And my other ice coverage Mon would have been Dreadnought, I guess, but that's not an option either. I don't really have Taunt or anything. So all in all, I will have to like take whatever I have to take whatever Skarmory does with a random Mon. If I bring the right team, that should be fine, but I need to bring a team that can basically guarantee an Oko almost, and then have something that can switch in on a body press on basically everyone else. And that is a lot to ask from basically an entire team. Especially because you want everything to outspeed. Preferably. Not to mention, if I... Not everything has to outspeed, if it has, like, priority, of course, but... I also can't quite guarantee it clicks like either. I'm speaking in half sentences, I notice. So the best way probably to get through this would be like a 2-hit move. I don't have that. I also don't have like a way to get rid of the red card without triggering it. Or seeing rocks or spikes set up. The closest I can come to actually managing that would be to lead with Arcanine or Pyroar. Probably Arcanine, but maybe Pyroar. I don't think it quite matters. I'm just gonna assume Pyroar for now, just because body press actually means he takes less. I'll have to see what exactly I need to bring for that, but whatever. And then whatever switches in can always take a body press, which in this case means basically just those three and maybe Caracosta. And then I have to find a line that's like somewhat agnostic, right? I guess Mamo also kind of works, thanks to Ice Shard. And that's really it. Yeah, that's it. Because everything else is either too fast or too slow or too frail. Okay, no, that's not true. Breloom is also an option. Breloom is probably a good option too. So, like, these 6 would be, like, the 5 in the back, then. Like, these 6 comprise the 5 in the back. And I can, like, not bring one of those. I don't know which one yet. I'll need to see as the fight goes, as the prep goes. Because then the red card triggering is not a big deal. Because I get body pressed on, and whichever mon gets a body press can take it in varying degrees of ease. And then KO it before it sets up any hazards. Meaning I deny the hazards, and that does make the fight a bit safer. And it's a bit more guaranteed in what happens from there, basically. Then for the Torterra, if it would be the thing that, like, words. Torterra is Heartwall by either Talonflame or Masquerain. Doesn't quite matter which of the two. And both kind of 2-hit KO it with ease. Masquerain is probably slightly favored, but it's not quite relevant. Beware, Talonflame or Masquerain also kind of walls-ish. Talonflame probably is slightly better. And especially Masquerain is very much able to KO it in 2 hits. Finally, the Rhyperior. Which is probably the main issue. Of these, probably Mamo does the best. Because I can Avalanche pretty decently and finish off with Stomping Tantrum because I do outspeed after. More or less. If nothing else, I know he's either going to Drill Run or Protect. Yeah, okay. I think of these, Caracasa probably does the least. Aside from baiting specific mons and moves. Granted, that is a good thing. Let's just, like, kind of go over this one by one. Like, what would happen if it was, like, I lead Pyroar, get red carded, take the body press. That's like turn 1. Red carded, switch in, takes BP. If it was Masquerain that comes in, then the switch in on their end would probably be Rhyperior. Because I slow. It's a neutral for Torterra, it's a neutral for Beware, and it's a slow out damage for Rhyperior. It would click Avalanche, which Mamo can take. I can Avalanche in return, deal pretty hefty damage, and then switch to something that can take a Drill Run. Something like Breloom and KO with Seed Bomb. That will work. If Talonflame is brought in, then Torterra sees a neutral, Beware sees a slow out damage, And Rhyperior also sees a... No, doesn't see a slow out damage. Yeah, it does see a slow out damage. So, Beware would come in. It would click Body Slam basically every time. Which I can take with... Caracosta, I think. Baiting Drain Punch. Going to Raichu. Which baits Payback, and Pyro can take a Payback even on a crit and KO with Wise Glasses. No, I can't quite do that because of the Sandstorm chip, right? I don't need the Wise Glasses then, though. I could just kind of give it an Orin. Because if Payback crits... Because what's the Sandstorm damage, right? Sandstorm damage... It's like Leftovers, then Sandstorm, right? Of operations... End of turn Pokemon. Sandstorm. Sand. End of turn. Storm or Sandstorm Leftovers. Sword and Shield. End turn resolution order. Sand's damage happens first. Okay. So he would still be at full HP. Okay, well then... That line doesn't quite work, and I would need the Wise Glass to make Flamethrower KO. And as a result, I can't quite switch in on the Payback. And Masquerain would not be able to handle it with Air Cutter either. So then Arcanine Hisui might be the alternative. But he'd be too low to actually... I'd have to put him at, what is it, 94 HP. But he doesn't take Sand Chip, so that actually might help. Because if he comes in on a Payback 94 crit... Payback deals 88. But... Wise Glass is boosted. Flamethrower is not a guaranteed kill. That's the downside of it. So I'd need to chip it somewhere. I guess Talon can kind of do that. As long as I don't get crit. That's not true, because of the body press damage, a little bit of chip. Okay, so anyway, Talonflame switch-in would not be that good. Raichu switch-in. If that were to happen, I'd be killing the Skarmory with whatever, Fake Out, Thunderbolt, Surf, Psychic, doesn't really matter. In would come the Torterra, who sees a slow kill with Earthquake. I would be able to switch just fine to Masquerain or Talon, and to a kill with Air Slash, Bug Buzz, Acrobatics, whatever I do. The Body Press would deal somewhat significant damage. In the same vein, if it were to be Skarmory that comes in, or Carracosta that comes in, it would take hefty damage from the Body Press, but KO with Aqua Jet, and bait in the Torterra, who sees a fast kill with Wood Hammer. And that too is just kind of a switch of those two, and I'll be fine. If with Breloom, it would be Body Press would deal like at most 50, but I have Poison Heal, so I like heal up slightly, and I would see Beware come in. Yeah, Beware would come in, who sees a slow out damage with Zen Headbutt. Okay, and with the Mamo in particular, Mamo would not be too fond of the Body Press. A crit would barely not kill. And from there, it's basically Beware that comes in as well. Clicking random move. Okay, so basically Mamo is the least safe there of these options. The only alternative I can kind of think of, no, that's not an option. Okay, well, is there anything else that I forgot, maybe? I'm trying to think if there's anything I might have forgotten. Kingdra is the only thing I might have forgotten. Okay, Kingdra is also kind of an option then. If it were Kingdra that would be baited in, it would then be, let's see, Beware, who sees a, nope, never mind. It would be Torterra that comes in and clicks Wood Hammer or Leech Seed, maybe Earthquake. No, Wood Hammer or Leech Seed. And I can't quite kill it, but I can then switch just fine, and Kingdra is still useful later for maybe Rhyperior? Maybe. Very much a maybe. As a finisher. It's better than Mamo, at least. Yeah, okay, I think that's all then, okay. Which of these two I bring in, like, that doesn't bring along, and I don't know if it matters quite yet. I'll need to look at that in a little bit. What I do know is that with a little bit of chip on Beware, Arcanine can KO. And that chip can come from, like, one of the flying types. Especially Talonflame. And if I bring both, I basically have a bit of insurance. There's even the odds of Talonflame just kind of KOing Skarmory through burn damage. I would need to look at the sand chip a bit, but like generally speaking that should be fine. Then in would come the I think it's Arcanine I need to bring along. But I need to look at how to do that. I need to look at how to do that in a bit, but for now, that's probably the right option. if Arcanine is... Because Arcanine Flamethrowers almost kills, gets red carded. If it's Talonflame that comes in, it means he can take the body press just fine and KO after, and then in would come the Beware. He's the only one who sees a out damage. Body press crit into body slam crit would be trouble. But in general, I think I'm okay with that. I'm trying to see, like, I need to basically make like 5 diverging lines, right? Masquerain comes in, Beware would be going in. No, it would be Rhyperior that comes in. I would switch to probably Caracasa on the Avalanche. Then back to Masquerain on the Drill Run. So it's a -1. Still see Avalanche. I go back to Caracasta. The problem is Drill Run crit kills the Caracasta. Same goes with Kingdra. Breloom would probably be the best switch in after, but I need to somehow chip it a little bit. I think the best way to do that would be after like one of those switches I go to Talonflame. No, because Talonflame cannot just kind of do anything. Like, it chips, but then the leftovers kind of bring that back. I think in any case I know that Raichu is not a bring. Yeah, I know that that's not a bring. Talonflame can just kind of roost on Rhyperior though, so even if Avalanche connects, and just kind of roost it off. And with a little bit of luck, Dragon Tail just kind of brings in the right mon, but in every case there's like a good switch in. If Kingdra comes in, Dragon Tail even on a crit will not kill me. Avalanche on a crit will not do that either, and Drill Run wouldn't either. And I can just kind of Octazooka or Waterfall pretty safely, do hefty damage, and see it slowly go down that way. Sure, whatever. For Torterra, I have Talonflame or Masquerain. I don't really care which, I can do either. And for Beware, if I can make sure that Arcanine comes in on a Body Slam, give it a Cherry Berry as insurance, and have it be slightly pre-damaged, probably through one of the flying types, most likely Talonflame. A healthy Talonflame can just kind of do that. Alternatively, something like a Caracasta knockoff could do the trick. If he's at full HP. Which I can't quite guarantee, but... Or something like a Breloom Brick Break. Which is... No, that is too tricky. I cannot do that. Besides Seed Bomb anyway, but... Besides, I do need Breloom probably in like healthy for the Rhyperior 1v1. Probably. I don't quite know yet. There's probably like a bunch of pivots I can do. I think the other thing I could think about is, do I really need to deny him of setting up hazards? Right? And the answer to that is probably yes, because of Talonflame basically being necessary, and same with Masquerain. Yeah, no, it's these 6. I give a Cherry to Arcanine, an Oran to everyone else probably. I'll make sure to... I'll somehow chip Beware as the fight progresses. I'll somehow... I'll 1v1 the Torterra with Masquerain and or Talon. Rhyperior will be a slow, methodical, well, not methodical, but slow thing to handle. But between, like, it Dragon Tailing a lot of things, Avalanche being a move it can bait often, Drill Run being a move I can often bait, I can probably bring it down to, like, -6 fairly simply. Fairly easily. And with it -6, the 2 in the back kind of just 1v1 it. Provided no crits, especially Kingdra, because on a crit, Kingdra won't be killed by Drill Run or Dragon Tail. So, yeah, I think a combination of those kind of does the trick. How exactly I'm going to handle it, I'll need to see as the fight progresses. And with the Beware, like I said, a little bit of chip from one of the flying types. Maybe even Kingdra, depending on like how the fight progresses. And then a proper switch into Arcanine on Body Slam specifically, which I can bait, I can guarantee a bait with... basically the flying types, right? Yeah, basically the flying types can do that. Guarantee that. And then Flamethrower kills. And that should... I hope that does a trick. I think that does a trick, and I hope it does. The one thing I need to make sure is that Arcanine is pre-damaged to 94 HP. Because if he's at 94 HP, you guarantee the body press. And everyone else just at full HP. So it's gonna be Viola. And not Surge, no, it's Claire. Hamilton is being brought along, and Brassius. I need to poison Brassius. And also need to poison the Hamilton to get it down to 94 HP. So that's gonna take a while. 134. And that is 106. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 96 now? Yeah, okay. 11, 12. And now we're gonna put it to sleep to use the awakening. Little optimization. And awakening, there we go. And item-wise beyond that, everyone got an Ornberry except for Talon, was the idea. I don't know if I want to stick with that idea though, because I could also give Wise Glass to Kingdra, for example. Doesn't quite help, doesn't quite matter. So, Claire's just gonna get an Ornberry for sure. Brassius with like a Miracle Seed suddenly gets a pretty high chance to Oko, so I will give him the Miracle Seed. Miracle Seed, there we go. And everyone else is just getting Auroned up. So Grant gets an Auron, and Viola gets an Auron. They're not really all too relevant. Like, I don't really mind losing those, you know? So we are battle ready. And we're gonna go. This is gonna be a bit of a weird, freewheely battle for me to do, but them's the breaks. I think I'm gonna do this fight and then one more. So that's the one we just did, and there's the trainer. There we go. Camper Brandon. This is the correct lead, that's the correct HP. Double check that it is the correct HP. Flamethrower, the body press will see a kill at 94 HP. So, yeah. I want to double no, I don't need to. Okay, so I think I'm ready. Let's get this going. I'll give you some of my sandwich if you'll lose. I ain't gonna lose, and I don't care for sandwiches right now. Camper Brandon would like to battle. He's gonna lead with the Skarmory. Now, Hamilton is pre-damaged to guarantee a body press. We're gonna Flamethrower. And that's gonna trigger the Sturdy, 1, the Red Guard, 2. And basically, oh, that is good. That is honestly very good. Because now, Red Card, and I get in Kingdra, that's fine. Claire was dragged out, and what? Even if it's the first turn, it's a chance to... Really? Okay. That's not good. Beware. Okay. So, Beware here specifically is gonna probably Body Slam, maybe Drain Punch. I think I will... I'm gonna Octazooka. And I'm gonna need to figure something out here. Okay. Body Slam is now a chance to kill. And at this HP range, I really can't afford to risk Hamilton's life here. But same goes for like Faulkner and Viola, and they would just die to the Body Slam, respectively. Not to mention that in doing so, I would not bait any moves. I think my safest line of play is to hope that he body slams on Grant. I think that's my safest line of play. Okay, that's good. Because now it should see a guaranteed drain punch. And the reason that's good is because that allows me a free switch in into one of my flying types. And I think of them, Faulkner is going to be more useful in the long run, so I'm going to use Viola here. Not to mention that that kind of diminishes damage. Take this, the Stone Edge, the Stealth Rock, which is honestly the worst. I really thought that couldn't happen, but whatever. Drain Punch. Yeah, it gets a little bit of healing, that's fine. And Viola here, at its current HP, 67, which is probably going to be like 60 now. Sure. This guarantees a body slam. And Hamilton can take that body slam. Even if it crits, it deals 56. Oh god, Okay, well, Christ, we're fine. We're fine. It's not a big issue yet. I really just brought a team weak to Stealth Rock, huh? Okay, Flamethrower kills. So I guarantee Flamethrower is guaranteed kill here. So that's so far so good. I thought I could guarantee that I couldn't get the Stealth Rock, but apparently I'm wrong. In comes Torterra, who sees a slow kill with a random move. That's fine, Faulkner can take it. This part is safe. I can roost off the damage. Earthquake is just no damage, perfect. Acrobatics here is a 2-hit KO. I am gonna roost as a little bit of insurance. If he wood hammers me, whatever. If he gets burned, that's honestly better. Leech Seed is annoying. That's a lot of chip damage I'm taking. Okay, I think even with this Leech Seed, I think Protect is incentivized now. On the first turn out, incentivized. And I have Leech Seed. Yeah, okay. I am going to roost on what's likely Protect. Okay, good. And now it's a 50-50 to Protect, basically. So I'm gonna Acrobatics and hope he fails it. Perfect, that's even better. That's equally good. Okay. Yeah, so far alright. So far so good. I kinda have to take the KO with something else than Faulkner though. But can Brassius take that KO? Seed Bomb deals 35%. Okay. No, I cannot do that. Okay, well, let's hope I don't see... Let's just hope I don't see Dragon Tail in the next little bit. So, acrobatics here for on the protect, yeah, sure. I think I'm gonna try and get a little bit low, but no, because that doesn't help me. Man, if only I had click body press, then this fight would have been free. Acrobatics. Okay, that kills. Good. Finally, we have that Rhyperior. And it's gonna protect here the first turn. Basically, it's gonna protect 80% of the time. So I'm gonna hope that that is in fact what it does. I think I have a slightly better idea. Slightly better idea. I'm gonna switch in Grant. To bait the drill run. I think that is my idea right now. I would switch in Grant to bait the drill run. And hope he clicks, because it's a 90% chance to not click Dragon Tail. And that's probably the best risk I can get. So I'm gonna switch in Grant. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And hopefully it pays off. Don't Dragon Tail me. Good. Good. So now it is guaranteed, because it clicked Protect last turn. It's a 90% chance. Actually, it's incredibly high odds for it to click Drill Run here. And Brassius can take a Drill Run. Okay. Sandstorm, chip. And I take a little bit back, that's fine. But I heal a little bit back, so that's good. So, here's the deal. Seed Bomb is a 87.5% chance to KO. Only 2 rolls of Seed Bomb here will not kill. If that doesn't kill, I lose Brassius here. If it does, we're fine. This is probably the safest I can do this. So I'm gonna click Seed Bomb here. Okay, perfect. Fine. Click Protect here. I don't care. That actually gives me... I'm not even sure if that gives me a chance to survive, but maybe. It doesn't. We're gonna click it anyway. Come on, kill. Show me the kill. Alright. Ah, man, I need to double check everything. I really need to double check everything, huh? But, okay. All things considered, no crises, so we're fine. And we can get into the... Ooh. That gives us our next encounter. Ooh, and that is fun to hear. Okay, let's quickly cycle back. Get myself a bit of a heal. And go ahead and take a look at that next encounter. Because that is Mirage Tower. In Mirage Tower, there's 4 options. There's one with Drillbur, Beltoy, Laron, Skorupi, Excadrill, Claydol, Solosis, and Duosion. Where you can basically deny Beltoy, Drillbur, and Solosis. Sure, alright, whatever. Excadrill would be great, but I've got strong ground types already. It's a little bit excessive. On the second floor, it's basically Psychic types, Mawile, Nosepass, Lairon, Sigilyph, Hatterene, Hatterene, Baltoy, Claydol, Soul, Devotion, Moona, Musharna. I might as well say them all. There too, I wouldn't mind a Psychic type, but I'm not sure how good that would be. Floor 3 has Sigilyph, Claydol, Zubat, Golbat, Carablast, Shelmet, Gliscor, Galvantula, Skorupi, Noibat, and Noivern. Honestly, I would not mind a Steel type in the form of Carablast. Gliscor would still probably be very good. Sigilyph is whatever. Could be very good, but could be whatever. Claydol could be good, could be whatever. Zubat, Golbat, I don't mind, but I wouldn't really be elated about. Noibat and Noivern, I wouldn't mind Dragon type, but there too I have, like, I'm not really needing flying types, basically. And finally, Mirage Tower, the 4th floor, Zorua, Zoroark, Xatu, Hatterene, Sigilyph, Absol, Hypno, Drapion, Hatterene, Kirlia, Claydol. I think that looks the best to me. I don't have, like, good Psychic type damage right now, so that's still something interesting to me. But no, I do now have a Dark type though, so I'm not actually sure if that is the main one. I think the misses I could have on the 4th floor are less bad than the misses I could have on the 2nd floor. I think that's my train of thought here. Because the misses on the 2nd floor would be like Munna, Claydol, Nosepass, especially Mawile would not be good. And like Lairon would not be great either, but I believe the Mega Stone for Aron is at least in this one. Aggronite is in this game, so it is not that bad. In due time, at least. I'm like deliberating between 2nd and 4th floor, basically. I think my because there's a really bad option on both. On the 4th floor, it would be like basically Hypno would be the worst, and Absol would not be great, but not the worst. Because Absol does have a Mega, so it could be good later. But I now have like a strong Dark type, and I don't really have good Psychic types yet, so that's why I'm deliberating between both of them. I also don't have a Steel type yet, and I would not mind a Steel type. But Probopass and Lairon are not the Steel types you would want, I wager. That said though, their type does kind of complement Talonflame and Masquerain, which are definitely still very good utility mons here. I do still have like rock types though, so I'm not really too hung up on it. I already have 3 rock types, so on that front I'm not too keen on getting another. In fairness, do I even have a bug type? I don't, right? Oh, no, I do Masquerain, but Masquerain barely counts and I have Orbeetle. Okay, never mind. I didn't say a thing. I think the best option here is the 2nd floor. Maybe. Mawile's typing would probably go a long way. And while Mawilite is probably not in this game, I highly doubt it. It is! What? You can use Mega Mawile? Oh, wow. Okay, I stand corrected on Mawile. It can be good. What about Mawile in general? Let me take a look at it. Hypercutter or Intimidate? Moveset-wise, it becomes good, but it's not the best right now. The moves it would have are Seismic Toss, Crunch, Covet, Sing. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad, it's not great, basically. It does give me another physical attacker, and I would not mind getting a special attacker, though. But to that end, that floor in general is still not bad. Aggron, let me take a look at it as well. It's sturdy and heavy. Oh, heavy metal and rockad. Okay, why heavy metal? That's annoying. So that can just kind of miss fairly extremely. So heavy metal is just kind of a bad move, a bad ability. Muna, let me take a look at those. They do get Dark Void, which is a very good doubles move. But in general, eh. Soloses. I'd love to see Magikarp. Honestly, the moveset on them is not that stellar. You get recovery in due time, but like damage-wise, they're kind of eh. Which is not a bad thing per se, because it still has like a bunch of utility moves in Pain Split and Thunder Wave, Confuse Ray, and all that. What about Claydol? I think Claydol would probably be a very big miss for me because I have enough ground types as is. It gives me a special ground type, I guess, and one with Levitate, so it's not bad, but I don't think it will be good, basically. And the utility of Guard Split and Power Split is not gonna be, like, worthwhile. But I cannot, like, avoid a Claydol dupe unless I go to a floor where they don't have the psychic types I would want. Or the typing that I would want. I guess, in that sense, it might be better to go to the 4th floor, because at least there the odds of getting Balto or Claydol are worse. Oh! Zora and Zorak have Dark Aura. Interesting, that does make them a fair bit better Dark types. And could even, like, provide some utility on that front. Zatsu? No. Yeah, Wish Board, U-Turn. Okay, that's not... U-Turn in particular is not bad. Wish is alright. Hatchram, I'll just take a look at those as well, might as well. Synchronize only. Get like Heal Pulse, Dazzling Gleam, Psyshock, Aromatherapy. They're alright, but not like the best. They're good, like, they're good support mons and doubles, maybe, but that's it. And Synchronize is a good ability to have as an option. So I guess the main question is, would I mind Hatchram less or Baltoy less? I think the answer is Hatchram, because that does give me like a type I don't have in Fairy, or Hatterene specifically. Also, wouldn't mind Drapion, I wouldn't mind Absol. Say that with Drapion specifically, but it's another Battle Armor Mon, and it's one with pretty good move pool, so... Getting Recovery, giving me Toxic, ability to Toxic... Knockoff support, Scary Face support... Yeah, Drapion would be fine. Kirlia would also probably be good, because I believe... Is Gardevoir right in the game? It is. But it does require Waterfall, so it's a lot later. But it's still good. It's still not bad. Let's see... Where was I? Here. Kirlia. Imprison. Interesting. But mostly like Future Sight, Dazzling Gleam, Psychic Moonblast. Just like... pretty strong. And also, I might be able to get a Gallade. Giving me an extra fighting type and like more... It's more physical, but it is... probably pretty good. Hypno, I might as well look at that as well. Hypno, yeah, you always, like when you search that, you get Hypnosis as well. That's annoying. Oh, that's Insomnia. Okay, well, Hypno would be bad. That's it. Hypno would be bad. Muna would be better then, I think. Yeah, between Moonlight and Lovely Kiss and having Moonblast as coverage. Heal Bell as an option. No, I wouldn't have that as an option. I'd need to scale that. Dark Void in the future. I think I'm going to the second floor. I think the typing I would get on the second floor is probably the most useful for me. I would love to see Hatchram or... I wouldn't mind seeing Hatchram, I would not mind seeing Kirlia. But I think there's less bad options at the second floor. Looking at everyone in detail, basically. The only big exception is like Nosepass, which would be terrible. And that's it. Like that's the worst one on the second floor, and the worst one on the fourth floor is Hypno. And I think everything else is pretty alright on both floors. I'm still going to... Sorry. I keep, like, teetering back and forth between the two. I'm gonna go to the fourth floor. I've decided I'm going to the fourth floor. The good outcomes there are much better, and the bad outcomes are much less bad. I do need to bring Orbeetle. Because Orbeetle makes sure that I can get some Mons that I would want. Nana is a good bring as both a Yawn and like a Catchmon. And I think that's everything I need to bring, basically. I'll get rid of these two items real quick. Anything else I would want? I'll bring... Not Janine, I'll bring... Clay as an extra dark type, I guess. And... Ramos in case I want to stall a bit. And Gran is probably the best, is like doing a little bit of chip. Okay, let's go. I will also, real quick, because I made that mistake last time, I'm gonna real quick candy of Nana. Just as a safety measure. And here we go, past the rocks. Biking past the trainers we've already beaten. Into here. Do I need the mock bike? I in fact do need the mock bike. Okay, time to get it. If I want to get the encounter I want, or the encounter area I want, I need to do that. Get rid of that, go down, and switch to a mock bike. Got a mock bike. There we go. And down we go, and mock bike time. Yep. And that's everyone, and here we go. I'm probably gonna muck this up a few times, because I'm not really used to handling the mock bike. Case in point. I'll run up real quick. And we're... Okay. That's one of them down. Up we go. Just break the rock here. And the 4th floor. I'm not gonna get that real quick. I do need to turn off my rappel. And let's get the encounter. It is Zorua, the most likely outcome. It's fine. This was the encounter table for it. Let's quickly switch to Nana. I guess technically I could have repel tricked instead of going for the thingy that I just did. But maybe Zorua actually has an item. No, it doesn't. Well. Hi there. Welcome. Doing alright? Hope you're doing good as well. You're catching me at near the end of the stream. I'm just doing a little bit of catching, and so far it's been going well today. I've managed to make it past Norman and got all the way up to the desert Mirage Tower. And right now I'm catching my encounter there. In a little bit, I might be doing one more fight after this one, and you stream daily, or what's good your schedule? I don't stream daily. I don't have, like, the annoying thing is I don't really have a consistent schedule. I wish I had. The fact of the matter is mostly I try to stream like twice a week-ish, and they depend a bit on the schedule of like my work and everything. Right now, that usually means I stream on Wednesdays and sometimes on like, usually on like Monday or some other day. I think this week it's up to, I'll stream on Saturday probably. I play other games as well. Right now, no. I mostly just, usually I have like one game I hyper-focus on. Right now that's Pokemon RnB. And beyond that, yeah. I have played other games. I do like some other games, like I have some Panel Attack and Panel Pawn and Tetris Attack gameplay that I've done like Hearthstone way in the back, like way back. But right now it's just like hyper focusing on Run and Bun because I kind of want to get through that as well. To play Fortnite, Valorant, and COD. Okay. Yeah, that's not my type of game usually. I've played Fortnite like when it was new, and it was like fun, but not really my type of game usually. Anyway, Bryson Man. That's gonna be the name of the Zorua. And we're gonna get this fossil as well. Lena, thank you for the follow as well. Real stream, I can join you. I'm glad to see if you want to join me, of course. Rusty mysterious fossil. I'm gonna take that fossil. What is that fossil? We don't know. Okay. Well, there goes Mirage Tower. Let's go take a look at our new encounter. Oops. What you do after stream? After this one, I'm gonna go home and like cook. But beyond, outside of streaming, I just, you know, work, make a few videos. Speaking of videos, my newest one should be uploaded right now, or should be live right now. But yeah, I do have just like a day job basically. And usually the reason I don't stream as much is basically because I work. Alright, let's go take a look at that Zorua, shall we? Bryson Man. Illusion. What? That's a hidden ability, right? If you never mind, can you tell me about your work? I mean, sure. It's like... I'm mostly just like a... I work in road design, or used to work in road design. I'm a little sort of between jobs-ish right now. Long story, I'm not gonna get into it too much, but yeah. Why did it say it had dark aura then? Is it only Zoroark? No, huh. That's incorrect. Visual art that helps streams to grow. Would you like to see my work? I mean, by all means, go ahead and send it, but you're not the first to do this today. My Discord is the same as it is over here. So you can find me on the same name basically everywhere. Showdown, I think my Twitter is still technically active, but I'm not active on there. Blue Sky, whatever. If you see Accurator somewhere, that's me. Basically. Okay, so Bryson Man, Illusion, despite the doc saying it should have Dark Aura, but sure, Illusion. And I will see, with the hasty nature, I have incredible speed, fine attacking stats, good HP, poor special defense. Pretty good. So all in all, yeah, pretty happy with this. And that is Mirage Tower done for now, and that means we've done our final encounter for now. Same as it is here, Accurator. If you can find me on here, you can find me over there. So, in the meantime, let me take a look at the final battle for today. I'm gonna check if I'm gonna do it. I don't quite know yet. It should be... there it is. Okay. It is Collector John. And Collector John also has a bit of a side story or a side quest in getting the sticky barb. And beyond that, it's just kind of a bunch of shit. I'll see what I can do after the stream, alright? I'll send you a message, sure. But if you're like looking for me specifically, just like look for this name on Discord. The name that I have on my stream here, Accurator, that's the same one I have on Discord. So it's pretty easy to find me as well. Okay. Where was I? I was looking for the next fight, which means we can go to the Cow King. And we can go take a look at what to do here. First things first. This Delphox is going to try and switcheroo me. And preferably you get the Sticky Barb from it. Because it's a very good move, a very good item to have available to you. Just like get a little bit of extra damage here and there. And like, it's an extra resource. Plain and simple. First of all, we've got the Copperajah with the Heavy Slam. A Heavy Metal Choice Band Adamant Heavy Slam. Which is a lot of damage. But I have an outspeeding Crocodile. Who can, 1, intimidate it, 2, with a soft and just kind of Okos. So that's 1 down. Pretty simple. Let me reset this team real quick and put the right Mon over here. That should bait in... I guess Sand Slash? Because that is a... No, it's... probably Lycanroc, right? Because Delphox will be a outspeed only. It's not Mandibuzz. Actually, no, it is Mandibuzz, because Mandibuzz... Oh, no, because I have Rock Slide, not Stomping Tantrum. So I outdamage it, therefore that's not an option. So instead, it's Delphox that comes in. Because Lycanroc, I outdamage. Sand Slash, I outdamage. And Delphox, I outdamage, so it's based on like faster, so instead it's Delphox. Anyway. So yeah, so Delphox comes in and we'll try and switcheroo me. Most of the time, I see 80%, but hopefully I can kind of guarantee it somehow. What's the switcheroo AI actually? Switcheroo. Holding one of the following. Sticky Barb, it's +7. Oh yeah, because those moves can be +8, so it's a 20% chance to not do it. If I can switch in Karuk on like Mystical on Psyshock again, which I can kind of guarantee with, for example, Caracosta. Yeah, Caracosta is probably the way for me to steal that Sticky Barb and just kind of take it out after. Yeah, that should probably be fine. I can even go back to Crook after on a Psy Shock, which is guaranteed there, and KO it with high horsepower instead. That will bait in Lycanroc. And I can kind of use Torterra there, I think. Giga Drain into Seed Bomb to not have myself be endeavored. Because I will switch in on the high horsepower, take a Psychic Fangs, Giga Drain, recover a bit, Seed Bomb again, and KO. That should bait in the Mandibuzz, who's going to click Knockoff or Toxic. And my best answer to that would probably be a Moongus? I don't quite know here. Something that can take the Mandibuzz on quite well, probably, and preferably doesn't mind the Toxic. Ampharos might actually be the best bet there. A pre-burned Ampharos can probably do pretty well, and if it has no item, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, Ampharos can kind of 1v1 it. That would still bait in. That would then bait in the Sand Slash, and I can basically guarantee that I am below 70%. With a bit of stalling and all of that. And from there, I can switch back to like either Tort or Loom. Probably Loom. Ah, Tort works just as well. Yeah, I think these four just kind of do it. Looking at it. So, first things first, Corporaja I outspeed and kill with Crocodile High Horsepower, Soft Sand boosted. Mamo could maybe also do it, but probably not. In comes Delphox, who will click either Mystical Fire or Switcheroo. I go to Caracasa on either. And once I get Switcherooed, I switch out Caracasa. I can also Aqua Jet to kind of take it myself. This will bring in... And then on the Psyshock, I will switch back to Crocodile. Probably, if I see I can kind of kill with like 2 Aqua Jets or whatever, that works just as well. Or like Aqua Jet into Knockoff, or Aqua Jet into Rock Slide. Whatever I do. Probably, because Rock Slide, the problem with Rock Slide is like it crit kills, and you do want to see that Sticky Barb. So, until I see the Sticky Barb go to Caracasa, I kind of have to wait. If there's no item, Knockoff is not good enough, so then I can probably, once I have it, I can Rock Slide into Aqua Jet, or I can Aqua Jet the first turn anyway, see if he actually, you know, switcheroos me. If he doesn't, I can just kind of protect. And wait it out. Just stall with protect, basically. And then once I have it, I KO with Rock Slide or Aqua Jet. Yeah, that's fine as well, because then the Lycanroc will come in and click High Horsepower. I can switch in Torterra on the High Horsepower. I could even choose to then switch in Krook on the Psychic Fangs, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to finish it off with Torterra with Giga Drain to Seed Bomb. That will bait in the Mandibuzz, who sees an out damage. Fast out damage. Sand Slash shouldn't basically see a kill, and if it does, so does the Mandibuzz. So I can switch to Ampharos on the knockoff, have it pre-burnt, and then 2 discharges kind of KO. If nothing else, I can kind of bring it back up in, like, I don't know. Oh, I still have it set to doubles. Oh, that's good to know. Because then discharge all of a sudden is way more damage. Yeah. Same goes with Rock Slide. Yeah. Yeah, good to know. That does increase the damage of Earthquake a little bit, but that should be fine. I'll just bring Breloom as a backup, in case the Torterra is actually lowered fairly heavily from Lycanroc's Endeavor. But generally speaking, I don't expect that to happen too heavily. Worst comes to worst, it'd be like... see, it would be like at 54 HP. Oh, Leech Seed is gone now. Okay, that is slightly scary for Torterra. But I can kind of handle it by giving it an Orin. Probably. Also don't know how much PP Endeavor has. Let's see. Endeavor. 8 PP. So 5. Because it won't be PP max, so I could even stall with Synthesis a little bit and work it out that way. Not that I need it, because like a Poison Heal, poisoned Breloom with like... let's see if I need anything. I do, so I'll give it a Muscle Band or a... oh no, I can't because knockoff. No, because it will never click knockoff even then. I'm still not going to give it anything, just as insurance. Just kind of... because Earthquake will not be threatening too much. Only like 2 crits, and even 2 crits won't be too heavy for me. And besides, I can maybe do a pivot from Masquerain. Like on the Earthquake, bait the Stone Edge. Sure, that's a high crit move, but it's already like lower damage. And with me being poisoned, it's basically not gonna kill me. And then Seed Bomb into Seed Bomb kills. Yeah, and there's no like Sandville shenanigans going on quite yet. Yeah, so these 6 should do the trick. The only one I'm slightly worried about is the Mandibuzz. But honestly, no, what am I doing with that? I can just kind of use Breloom. I could just use Breloom for that, if nothing else. If Ampharos starts lacking, I can go to Breloom instead. And just kind of take it out from there. In the same vein, rather than using Tort for Lycanroc... no, I do need to use Tort for Lycanroc because of the Psychic Fangs. Okay, well, I think I've got a line, and I'll go ahead and execute it. I'm battle ready. I'm gonna keep Zora underleveled for now. And Elisa's gonna be brought. Berg has done his job again. Brassius needs to be here. Grant. And who am I missing now then? It's Viola as like an extra step. Sure. Then we're gonna move items, and by move items I literally mean give a soft sand to Clay. Because everyone else should not be holding an item, considering the sheer amount of knockoffs flying around. You shouldn't have one. You shouldn't have one. Viola's the only one where it's fine, but Viola's the only one where it's not necessary, so I'm just gonna do no items. Also gonna pre-poison Brassius. And I'm gonna pre-burn Elisa. And Elisa's now gonna get its level ups. Here we go. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. This is where it gets Dragon Breath. Because of the fact that the Mega is in the game, I'm somewhat contemplating getting rid of Seismic Toss. I should look at where the Ampharosite is again. New Mauville, so it's pretty quick once you get access to Megas. Is it a Mega worth getting early? I think at that point, I do need to look at the... Let me take a look at the level caps real quick. So if I know the level caps, and I see that Dragon Breath is going to be after... going to be replaced by Dragon Pulse by the point you get the Mega Stone, I might as well just wait, right? Okay, so the next splits are 54, 57, and then 65 is the first time I can actually use Mega Stones. So, for Ampharos... Oh, you get access to Dragon Pulse on level 66. Of course you do. Of course you fucking do. Well, that means I kind of have to get it, and Seismic Toss is gonna go. It's gonna fall off real quick anyway, so I don't really mind. I also get access to Signal Beam, but I think that's not gonna be worth it. Bug coverage in general is not gonna be worth much. So I'm just gonna nope. The utility of Shockwave is gonna be much more useful. And with that, we're ready to go. Let's get on our bike and run our way up. There's our next fight, and the last fight for today. It's the correct lead. Collector John. And this should be everything we need. And let's get this little side quest going. Let's go. Looking for Pokemon in the desert. You can always find trainers here, so I can enjoy battles too. That you can. Collector John would like to battle. Copperaja. Copperaja is dealing hefty damage with its heavy metal, choice band boosted adamant heavy slam. We don't give a shit. We're gonna high horsepower and we're gonna kill it. High horsepower, by horsepower. The Horse Council sends its regards. this should bait in the Delphox, if I'm not mistaken. Sand Slash. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to set it to single, so Earthquake actually sees an out damage. That's fine though. We're gonna use Brassius here. While he sword dances, that is actually kind of scary. I forgot about the pivot I wanted to do. Whatever. We are going to not get... We're just going to high roll the Seed Bomb. Okay, so now Earthquake is going to see a kill. And that is not enough for me in terms of damage. $58. Earthquake is a guaranteed kill. Only Earthquake. So I have a safe switch into Viola. I'm gonna do this a little different, but I think I'm able to handle this just fine. I Intimidate it once. That's kind of a good addition to what happened. So now it's a +1 instead. I do need to check my ruler, just in case. 20, that's below 25. Okay, good. Now, because Stone Edge sees a kill, I'm gonna switch to Grant on that Stone Edge. Take at worst 60%. But that's better. And Aqua Jet kills. Okay. Small Stare. It's fine. I should have double-checked the damage, but whatever. Also, I should have just done my pivot. That would have solved like most issues there already. Lycanroc, who sees an out damage with high horsepower. It's fine. It's gonna always click high horsepower here, so I'm gonna switch in Viola to do a little bit of intimidating. Okay, good. Take a little bit of Sand Chip, it's whatever. And Stone Edge is now a guaranteed kill. Ramos can take that Stone Edge and start the, take out words. Combat the Lycanroc from here. I'm going to specifically Giga Drain to keep myself as high HP as possible. Of course I get a crit. That's honestly a really bad crit. With Lycanroc now at like 15%. And me at full, it's basically guaranteed to Endeavor. Is that true? I guess it does see Endeavor as the highest damaging move, right? It should see Endeavor as the highest damaging move. I'm 99.999% sure. I need to double check this because I don't want to lose Brassius on like a misunderstanding. Let me double check. trying to find this solution here. Like, I don't see an answer quite yet, so... Does Endeavor just follow? Okay, I've got my answer. It's guaranteed to Endeavor here because it's the highest damaging move, which means I can safely switch in Brassius 100% of the time. Right? Good. The reason I do this is mostly like to preserve HP in case of an emergency. In general, I don't expect there to be an emergency. Regardless, Mach Punch kills there. Good. And that's that kill. And now in should come the Delphox, who sees a fast kill with Mystical Fire or Psyshock. And it itself is at 100%. Yeah, it's 50-50 between Mystical Fire and Psyshock. I can just kind of switch in Grand pretty safely. Especially on Mystical Fire. Especially on Mystical Fire. With Grand now at 74 HP. It's either Psyshock, but most likely the Switcheroo. So I'm just going to Aqua Jet, deal some chip. And in doing so, I actually, right, I give it back this. I forgot about that. Okay, new plan. I protect until he switcheroos me. It's one. Oh, that was a funny mistake. Just fail to protect. That's fine. Okay, there's Sticky Barb. Good. And now it's guaranteed to Psyshock me. I want to make sure that I don't die to, like, Psyshock crit. I do. Okay, well, that means we're out. That means we can go to Glade on the Psyshock. It no longer has a Sticky Barb, so none. And now we're going to see a Mystical Fire. We don't care. Killing here with Foul Play or High Horsepower or whatever. High Horsepower, let's go. There we go. And finally, we have the Mandibus coming in. I take no Sandstorm, of course. Mandibus here is going to knock off Toxic or Protect. But most likely, knock off. And Elisa can take that. Take the knockoff, it can take the Toxic, and preferably I get a little bit of a static proc, but it doesn't matter too much. I'm gonna discharge. Yeah, kind of figured. I said we're gonna discharge, and Ampharos being burned is gonna always see the knockoff here. Discharge. Static, perfect. We're gonna see how much the burn and the sandstorm combined do. Now with Mana Buzz at like, what's that? 28% or so? Okay. I do outspeed now with it paralyzed, so I'm gonna discharge. And we're done! We made it through! I had a bit of a mishap there at the start, but all things considered, this was fine. Lucky I didn't have my full team with me. Okay. Let's see. I was hoping I would get an item over here. I do. A rock gem. Ooh. One-time use, so use wisely. I'll take that off in a little bit. No. Get off my bike just in case. Okay, that's everything. I'm gonna quickly get back and heal. And after this heal, I'm gonna call it quits for today. So, I thank you all for watching. I'm very content with the progress I made today. Getting a fair bit through this desert. But honestly, so, like, despite doing a bunch of dumb shit, being basically safe, it means from here on out we're gonna look at what's coming next. And when that happens, I will fix it. Make sure that that one goes well too. For now, everyone that joined in, thank you for watching. And until next time, see you around. Bye.